as investigations continue. DCP leader Rigathi Gachagua has called on opposition leaders to unite behind a single presidential candidate to challenge President William Ruto in the 2027 general election. Gachagua, who has presented himself as the preferred candidate, says he has the leadership experience, public trust, and political networks needed to lead the country. He has also pledged to hold the government accountable over what he describes as misuse of public funds and actions that have affected Kenyans.
To achieve that, I have been told and I'm persuaded that the United Alternative Government must identify one presidential candidate to face William Ruto in the next general election. Kenyans have made it very clear that we cannot gamble or take any risk that might bring William Ruto back. Kenyans are persuaded that we must do whatever it takes, including sacrificing our own personal political ambition, to identify one single presidential candidate.
Labor market stakeholders are calling for a human-centered approach to the adoption of artificial intelligence, warning against using the technology to replace workers. Speaking during a meeting on AI and the future of work, the stakeholders said AI should complement workers, boost productivity, and create employment opportunities while protecting workers' rights. Here's Kilifi South Member of Parliament Ken Chonga.
We have no alternative but to embrace technology. It is here with us and it will be here with us. The only thing that we need to be careful about is how we embrace it, so that at the end of the day, it does not take away a place that is reserved to human being.
Governments, employers, and workers must all have a seat at the table. Workers and their organizations cannot be treated as afterthoughts in the design of AI policies and regulatory frameworks. They must be active participants in shaping the future of work.
4 people have been arrested in South Africa over the murder of boxing champion Zolani Tete. The 38-year-old former world champion was shot dead outside his home in Tasane, Eastern Cape, on Friday in what police described as an ambush. A young woman who was with Tete was also shot and remains in hospital. One of the suspects, a 22-year-old man arrested on Saturday, appeared in court on Monday facing murder and attempted murder charges. And that's the truth on Radio Generation. Good morning. I'm Winnie Maganga.
The views and opinions expressed on this program are those of the guests and do not necessarily reflect the views of Radio Generation. Radio Generation assumes no responsibility or liability for the interviewee's views. This is Radio Generation. In the beginning, there was morning radio. But now there is Radio Generation's The People's Breakfast, curious and bold, getting facts from the shadows.
That's what it is.
Now, as the city wakes and secrets stir, a bright new voice shines. The People's Breakfast. Your morning, your voice, your journey. Good morning.
Good morning, my neighbor.
Welcome to the home of hard truths and bold insights, Radio Generation.
Yes, indeed, it is Radio Generation. My name is Mungala Mbuvi. This is the People's Breakfast. 5 minutes past 6 o'clock. On 88.8 FM in Nairobi, 90.7 kule Mombasa na kule Garissa bahali yake 89.5. Nyinyi iko namna gani? Najua nyinyi iko salama sababu mahali yake mimi naona nyinyi ameingia katika mtandao. But I'm also with CT Muga in the studio. CT Muga, how are you doing, sir?
I'm doing very well, thank you.
Uko fiti?
Nashukuru niko mzima.
Life inakutuitaje mazee?
Life treating me well, man.
Kuna stress yote mahali popote?
Stress lazima iwepo baba.
Lakini una deal nayo.
Utakuwa mtu mzima. Na wewe ni mwanaume. Na isitoshe uwe mzee kama mimi na ukose stress.
Lakini wazee kama nyinyi, I understand that when you reach this age.
This age is what? 100 and what?
Let's just say when you reach that age. You know, when you reach retirement age.
Retiring from what exactly?
Wacha nikumalize story yangu bana. Stress inapungua because
no, it doesn't.
Because number one, sasa uko na familia wanakutembeleanga, wanakutumia do. Wewe kazi yako sasa ni kungojea tu. Whatever you have invested for the last 67 years or so, now it comes back to you.
Paul, if that is your age, it isn't possible for you to have invested for 67 years.
No. When I say invest, I don't mean just monetary wise, but otherwise.
Yeah. From the time you were born.
Yeah.
No.
You have invested in friends. You have invested in emotions. You have invested. Yes.
One prays that one's children find gainful engagement.
Yes.
As they get older.
What
you will experience when your children get older, they are still your children.
Yes.
And at some level, they will still depend on you. Weka tu hiyo kitu kwa kichwa. Weka tu wapi hapa?
Kwa brain.
Yes. And then,
yes.
As an African, you have relatives.
Yes.
Twins and cousins.
Yes.
Some are a little older than you, some are your age, some are younger. They have children. Some of them got married much earlier than you.
Very true.
So they have children who have children. And they still need help. There's no shortage of people who need help.
So basically, unaniambia siti nitakulwa kichwa until the day I die.
No, hutakulwa kichwa. The thing about stress is when someone mentions stress, the thing that jumps to mind is that all engulfing pain that occupies your mind and you are more or less wondering what you're going to do next.
Yes.
That's not what I'm referring to.
Okay.
Stress is actually good. It's a motivator. Yes, it's not
we have different ways of looking at life, but yeah, proceed.
Kuna stress mbaya. Kuna hii ambayo inakula kichwa mpaka alsa inaingia, blood pressure inapanda. No, I'm not talking about that one. But constantly being alert and your brain always functioning and keeping tabs of what's happening and making sure we do. By the way, this job we do here is stressful.
Yes.
Okay?
You're right. This one for sure it is.
Yes.
From being insulted online to
to some of the guests that you have. So, but it is good stress.
It is.
Because you're forced to think beyond what you normally comfortably, the boundaries that you comfortably engage in.
Yes.
And that is a good thing. And as you get older, the truth is, you really do need to keep your brain active. Yes, you don't fossilize.
Yeah.
You need to be able to keep your mind active. When you get to a certain age, there's certain cares and worries, they are no longer the primary concern.
Yes.
But that's the time when you utilize the experience and everything you've gained over time.
Yes.
Because you have the time and you have the wherewithal to make sure that it works well.
You know, one of the things I never envisioned as a parent is, you know, when your kids are your kids are children, you have access. You can tell them. You can instruct. You basically can control a lot of things in their life.
Yes, you can.
Right now, my teenage daughter has actually given me an itinerary, and anambia, Papa, asubuhi nikiamka, this is what I do. So if you need to engage me, please, can we do it from 6:30 in the evening? You know, we were on the phone. She's currently visiting her grandmother. I was listening to that young girl speak, and I was like, are you telling me?
Yes.
You've given me a schedule.
Yes. But
there's a timetable for your dad.
That alarm starts a little earlier. If you are taking your children to kindergarten, bado wako uncomfortable, wanalialia, kwenda nini.
Ukimwendea na kukimbia.
Yes. Then a day comes.
Yes.
When you arrive at the school, instead of taking the school, tell you know.
Baki kwa gari, mimi niko fiti.
Bro.
Hiyo kitu inakupusha back fast.
Let me tell you, you can actually sit in that vehicle for even an hour just thinking.
What have I just been told?
Is that you're saying, you mean it has begun? Yes.
Yesterday, I'm like, so you know you're supposed to go back to school on Thursday, and she's like, yeah. So I'm like, so now can I call you tomorrow morning? She's like, no. Tomorrow morning I'll be doing this. I was like, okay, so see, we can talk at around maybe 10. She's like, no. So now at 10 I'll be like, okay, lunchtime. She's like, no, you don't get it, Papa. What I want you to do is let's speak at 6:30. I was like, wait a minute. What do you mean we speak at 6:30? The entire day, yani usiniongeleshe tuongee 6:30.
Siko busy. But
what is a teenager doing all day long? Utaki kuongea na baba yako mpaka.
Do not worry, that will change with time. Adolescence has it's accompanied by growth hormones that also now affect the way the child thinks. The mind more or less starts exploding with ideas and all manner of things.
Yeah.
It's a very interesting time.
I'm actually thinking of taking psychology classes because hiyo kidogo nilikuanga zile.
No. That's a very, very good thought process that has begun. Yes, because it helps you understand what is actually happening.
Okay.
Right? And then given the nature, mtoto ni mtoto wa aina gani, okay? Try to understand their temperament.
Right.
Because the temperament will explain to you why they do the things in the way they go about it. So ukishaelewa hiyo,
niko sawa.
Utakuta mnaelewana sana. But the thing that you need to bear in mind,
yes,
requests will come. Don't assume. There's an itinerary. There will be requests.
Okay.
Daddy. Papa. Wajua. Mimi na rafiki zangu kulikuwa kuna.
Okay. Na ninahitaji.
There's money at the end of it. Na pia.
Yes.
Weekend.
No, the money part I'm already dealing with.
Yes. Oh no, it's going to increase. I'm just trying to explain to you.
Oh.
Yes, so that you understand.
Okay.
Yes.
So I need to increase my wallet capacity.
Just increase it. So this thing of stress, stress yourself into thinking of what else you need to do so that you earn more.
Yeah.
The demands don't get less, just so that you understand.
Okay.
Watch till they get to the stage where now they want to floss and they want to be like their contemporaries and they're telling you about things you've never heard of.
Nikaange nikijua.
And it's a girl.
Yes.
Right.
City. Prophet of doom.
No. I am a father of a daughter.
Yes, so you know these things.
Yes.
Today is 25th of August, 2026. The United Nations hawajawapatia kitu unfortunately. So itabidi mmefanya nini? Itabidi mmevumilia tu namna hiyo. Sababu ndio hiyo tu. Please, tafadhali. I was just reading up about President Mwai Kibaki. But what is significant about him and what he did happened on the 27th of August in 2010. That one I'll be telling you about it when the time is right. Sawa? But for now, City, tupatie kitu inaitwa nini? Methali yetu. Bado tuko kule Western Sahara.
Man, I've enjoyed proverbs from very many parts of this continent of ours.
Right.
But my friend, Western Sahara, I listen to this particular proverb today. Courage is fear that has said its prayers.
Courage is fear that
has said its prayers.
Courage is fear that has said its prayers. Okay. So this fear has prayed and then now it has been told proceed. Sasa inaenda pale inasema yes. So you have okay.
God is behind me. Sasa mimi
yeah. Back in the day when I was growing up, I would let fear take over me such that I wouldn't do what it was that I was supposed to do. Yeah, and I'll probably let other people do it for me. But manze, growing up, ikanifunza, my friend, you have got to do some of these things for yourself, especially when I went to high school, because when I stepped into high school, that was the first time I went to a boarding school.
Kutoka nyumbani.
Hapo ndio nilijifunza kuconfront watu. Hapo ndio nilijifunza mtu akiniambia kitu hata mimi naweza jibu. And my friend, indeed I can say that my fears had prayed and they turned into courage.
They do. The thing about fear, it's a safety mechanism that your body has.
Yes.
And it is not necessarily a bad thing. Because, see, fear produces caution.
Right.
As opposed to being foolhardy or gung-ho. Where
unajifunza kukuwa cautious.
Yes, you are cautious. You think or you look before you leap, as they say.
Yep.
But this foolhardy nature of mimi kwa naogopa nini? That one, you'll be having discussions with your maker.
Ni ukweli. It has actually like you've said, it has sent a lot of people to Sayuni.
Oh, bro, before you know it, you're having a conversation, but it's not the one you're used to.
Yeah.
And these fellows look familiar, but you're not sure you know them very well. That one.
But courage takes time to develop, eh?
It does.
Even when someone tells you, be courageous, it doesn't necessarily make you courageous.
Usually that person is actually exhibiting their own fear. And they are, a lot of times when we try to encourage you, we're also encouraging ourselves in the same vein.
True.
Because courage has to fit in with your personality.
Yeah.
For instance, you're not confrontational.
Yeah.
It doesn't mean you're not courageous. It just means that you'd rather prefer to study a situation before you act. There are people who act then think later. Much to their dismay and sometimes enormous discomfort.
Yep.
I am a bit gung-ho. By my nature is that way inclined.
Yes.
And I do not fear confrontation.
Yeah.
In fact, sometimes I relish it. It's not necessarily a good thing.
Yeah.
So again, one has to learn to modulate some of these
No,
tendencies.
there's some instances city that call for that ganghones. Ile unasema no, you know what? Ebu tumalizane na kitu once and for all. Yeah, and you go there mbaya. Sometimes you end up on the receiving end, but there are times you're like, you know what? It's never that serious. Wacha nayo.
For me, most times it's actually never that serious.
Yeah.
But as you get older, one of the things you realize is that you don't have to deal with an issue at the time it arises.
Yes, true story.
Sometimes you need to pause and deal with it later. For instance, when tempers have cooled down and people are approaching the issue differently. Yes. Sometimes it's just that.
True story. Okay. Let's get into that thing called the radiogeneration.co.ke and see what is making headlines across the globe. Our first story takes us all the way to hii imetupeleka wapi sasa hii. Mtoto wa Simba ni Simba. Mama Aida backs son's Kibra political bid. Oh, Raila Jr. wants to go for Kibra. Aha. Wacha tuoneko. Raila Odinga Jr.'s campaign for the Kibra parliamentary seat has received a public boost from his mother, that is Mama Aida Odinga, who has asked residents and local leaders to take charge of guiding him as he seeks to build his political career in the constituency.
Just listen to that statement.
He has this whole issue of asking local leaders to take charge of guiding him.
Look at that. Have you heard of anybody ever approaching politics and saying I am going to need the guidance? It's always I am going to.
Watu wamesema,
ni mimi Wakenya wamesema. Yes, na mimi niko na Wakenya.
Watu wamesema na hapa hakuna kitu
mnaniambia. Na wameamua mimi ndio niwe sauti yao, sema oi. Okay. That's what has happened there.
But you know, the moment you enter politics like this, you number one automatically just kuna watu already wameshakuwa your enemies, political enemies of course.
Not only that, your life changes instantly. There are people who make a living out of politics.
Yes.
And they fine-tuned that capacity to do so. Making themselves useful, being at your beck and call, ensuring that the things that you may need, yes. And then there are those who determine that they are your gatekeepers.
Yes.
People who decide whether you can be seen or not seen. Wajua leo nani hawezekani kuonekana. Sasa wewe fanya tu appointment. And the appointment imenileta hapa. Sasa hiyo fanya ingine. Please.
Mimi nataka kuelewa City. Him being the son of Raila, that's obviously a plus.
It's a huge plus.
It is.
Where it is he wants to stand.
But
given that the memory of his father is still fresh,
yes,
it's a massive.
But does it guarantee him that position?
No. That one, no.
Akona ile gabi ya babake, for example.
Not really. He's a different fellow. But if you listen to him, he's structured as a thinker. Aropokwi na maneno.
During Charlene's Koito in Narok, I saw him addressing some residents on the fence there, and you could tell that, you know, he has that thing in him.
Hiyo unazaliwa nayo bro.
Hiyo ako nayo. Ile unajua unaenda unaambia watu wanakusikiza.
Ama the moment you're talking, crowd.
So and then he was speaking in Narok. I mean, he's not necessarily from Narok, but the fact that he could command a crowd in Narok, I was like, okay.
No, they know who he is.
And yeah, of course they know. And we're not talking about the crowd that came for the Koito. No. We're talking about the residents of Narok County. Walikuja kwa fence na wakamsikiza. I was like, okay. Hapa kuna kitu. Then now tunaona ndio yeye amekuwa backed for Kibra. So I don't know.
All the people who had wanted and had declared they are vying for that seat, well,
hapa mnasema sasa hii nini wase bana, hizi ni gani sasa?
Well, you have a choice.
Yeah.
You either join.
Or if you can't beat them, join them.
Yes. Or you say, liwe liwalo.
Twende. But now, you know, going against Raila's son, you know, this is not someone
in Kibra.
You know, if it was movie going against City Muga can say musipatia huyo mtu kazi yake ni kuropokwa, kazi yake tu ni kuchekesha, hakuna kitu ya maana anasemanga, na mimi nikuja niseme City ni mzee, jamaa akona nywele ya white, na wewe kuja useme jamaa kitambi, na mimi nikuja niseme huyu jamaa pia you know, tunaweza. But now what do you say about this man?
Put it this way. The race for that seat has suddenly had a burst of injection into it, and it's suddenly gotten extremely interesting.
Exciting. Yeah.
This didn't happen when it was announced. I saw a clip of people swearing by the Bible wanaapa kwamba they'll be faithful to the electoral process of this fine gentleman, and that they will not waver, and that they'll support him until the end.
Yes.
Uliona hiyo clip?
Sijaiona.
I mean,
Sijaiona.
I'm okay. Somebody was critiquing it and saying, surely. And I said, man, people have different ways of beginning their campaigns.
Very true.
Yes.
And I'd like to see him now in interviews. For example, if he will come to Radio Generation, how will he articulate issues of Kibra? Does he understand the issues? Sorry.
No, he will do the rounds.
Does he understand Kibra? The issues of Kibra?
He does.
Does he understand,
he does.
political speech?
He does.
Oja kuna vitu lazima, like yesterday we hosted Senator Onyonka, and he had things to say.
Onyonka always has things to say.
Oh no, he if you didn't listen to that interview, go listen to it. He had things to say. So can Raila Jr. do the same?
No. Hey man, look, he's starting. Onyonka's been at this thing. This is what his fourth term as an elected leader.
Does he know how to mobilize like his father would mobilize?
Bro.
Yeah.
He has inherited the kingdom.
Yeah.
Okay?
Yes.
This one, it comes with units, okay? And structures.
Inakuja na mileage tayari.
Yes, bro. This one, unakuja tayari na outfit ambayo iko tayari. It's just finger go. Mobilizers, nini. And he has his mother's support. Do you really think there's anything that his mother does not understand about politics?
Wow.
She bore the brunt of it. When Raila was jailed, detained, she bore the brunt of it.
Yes.
And these were children then, very young children, being chased out of a schoolhouse. She was a teacher in Kenya High. She was
I remember. I remember
that one. Yes, being hounded, she was immersed into the depths of the fiery depths of politics. So if that is your advisor or your chief advisor, my friend, there are very few things you will not know.
Just like Mama Ngina also, held the hand of President Uhuru, even when he was MP, that time when he was introduced into KANU and so on and so forth. That lady got
married at the age of 18. Okay?
Yeah.
Bro, President Kenyatta was not president. No. Kapenguria was still waiting for him. All manner of things were still waiting for him. Now you tell me, is there anything Mama Ngina has not seen?
She has seen everything.
Yes.
Everything and anything.
Every time her son lost in Gatundu, she was there.
Yeah.
Lost again. She was there. Be appointed. Lost the presidency.
Then became president.
That she doesn't talk much. Believe me, people who've seen a lot often have no reason to talk much.
And that's why I'm comparing now Mama Ngina, or rather Ida, to Mama Ngina. She will hold the son's hand up until hopefully, the victory.
Bro, that's a structure.
Yeah.
Okay?
Yeah.
Okay? It is a unit. Okay? It is, what's the word that we use? It's corporate. Don't look at the individuals. Yes.
Unajua kama Rao Junior ameingia Kibra, it's only a matter of time until sasa aseme Raila for president again.
Bro, the future is what it is.
Jesus Christ.
The thing that we don't see is the family discussions that took place. Should Winnie stand? Should he stand? Because Winnie is still in Yala.
And Winnie can stand for any other position anyway. Hata hiyo Langata akitaka. Ama hata Nairobi Senate or whichever position she feels she has support for.
This is the beauty of politics, is it not?
It is. I wonder if we are seeing another Luo Kingpin. I don't know. Anyway, I don't know, man.
Takes a bit of time, bro. To be Kingpin, takes a bit of time.
Okay. But at this rate, bro, sioni mwingine. But that's just Mungala movie.
Don't worry, Paul.
I don't understand Luo politics.
No. No, it's not a question of not understanding Luo politics. It's understanding politics.
Yes. No, but you see, there's the national politics where, there's politics.
If you don't understand
but
politics...
now there's the tribal politics.
If you don't understand politics, you will not understand that segment of politics. So answer na politics.
Sasa kuna tribal politics.
That's the segment of politics.
DCP leader Rigathi Gachagua on Monday challenged opposition leaders to put aside the differences and rally behind a single presidential candidate to face President William Ruto.
Namely himself.
Yes, in the 2027 general election. Framing the next poll as a make or break moment for the country. Gachagua said a fragmented opposition would hand Ruto victory by default and betray Kenyans seeking change. Unajua, hata nilisahau kuuliza nani hii swali. Senator Onyonka hii swali jana usiku. When President Uhuru when he was huko kunaitwa aje huko Malindi Kitale, yes, akasema kama ni Matiang'i kama ni Ruto sawa, kama ni Kalonzo ni sawa, kama
kama ni Sifuna
bas. So watu walikuwa wanauliza because this is a conversation I'm seeing online and even colleagues in the office were asking mbona kutaja Gachagua, nikawauliza lakini pia kutaja Martha Karua. So mbona kutaja Martha Karua, ndiye Martha Karua is also in the race. Mbona hakutaja Eugene Wamalwa, Eugene pia kwa race. Mbona hakutaja Maraga, na watu wote wako kwa hiyo outfit inaitwa United Opposition. So I don't, are we reading too much into this? Kama ni Maraga, kama ni Matiang'i, kama ni Kalonzo, kama ni Sifuna thing.
Which country are we in?
Kenya.
Right.
So Republic of Kenya.
How do we go about our politics?
Okay.
Everything that you are told or you hear politicians say, just so that lesson 101 when it comes to Kenyan politics.
Yes.
Please don't take it at face value. Please.
Okay.
Hear it, but do not take it at
face value.
Yes.
Sawa. Kuna nini? Nini nimeingia hapa kwa throat Onyonka anasema I rejected, hii alituambia jana usiku, so in case you missed it, alisema that he rejected 200 million shillings to abandon opposition.
Does he say who offered him the 200 million shillings?
No, he didn't say who need that 200 million, who offered that 200 million, but it is the government of the day.
He said the government of the day.
Yeah, he said. Let me just read the story. Kisii Senator Richard Onyonka claims he turned down 200 million shillings cash, allegedly made to convince him to abandon his opposition position, saying he chose to protect his political principles and his family rather than accept the money. Onyonka said the amount was only an initial payment, with a total offer expected to reach 500 million if he agreed to change his political stand and work with the government. That was last night. Alisema bwana, nikamuuliza ulikata 200 million. Well, it was in dollars. The money was it was 200 million. Ukiconvert, it was supposed to be 200 million. So the guy rejected 200 million Kenya shillings.
Well, one of the things about such statements,
yes,
it was him and the person. So he said, she said.
Yes. We 200 million. Your entire tenure as a senator, you probably make about 60-70 million in terms of salary. If you tukihesabu yote na to assume hauitumii, hii nilo umepatiwa lump sum hivi.
How much do you think senators earn?
Is it about $1 million? How much do they make?
Around $1 million.
Around $1 million. So 12 million in 1 year, then 5 years, so that's 60 million. But of course marupurupu pale ongeza pale nini toa ongeza nini tuacha tuipeleke mpaka 70 million.
Toa support ya governors na kama hizo.
So jamaa akakataa 200 meter bana. Anapata hivi unaambiwa hii tu ni wewe tu uchange from this side to this side. Ukujake tu uanze kutukana akina Rigathi Gachagua, utukana not kutukana, but you ongea on behalf of Gava.
Paul, that's what you may be offered.
Yes.
It will not be given to you in one lump sum.
Yeah. No, it was, according to him, 200 million. Okay, let's say it's $2 million, right?
No.
Much less.
Yes, but
whatever, for the sake of argument, $2 million. Umepata hivi $2 million ukaambiwa ina bag inaweza tosha kwa bag. But hivi ka bag uambiwe ni aje? Chukua 2 million US dollars. Let's talk in a few months as we top up that
the
thing.
Amount may be real, the refusal may be real. What we don't know is what they were asking.
Yes. Because no one just gives you 200 million.
What do you mean? Nobody even gives you $1 million. Nobody even gives you 20,000. Nobody, any amount of money.
Even 1,000 bob. By the time someone gives you 1,000 bob, there's something.
Atakukumbusha mpaka wewe mwenyewe uchoke.
Unakumbuka ile time nilikupatia 1,000? Hiyo time unajua hata hiyo 1,000 ilikuwa imetoka wapi?
Na hapo mko na watu, okay? Na umeagiza round. So it's reminding you bro. Hebu lipa ile 1,000 yangu kwanza kabla hujaendelea.
Lakini yeye alikuwa anapatiwa kama
Mr. Moneybags hapa. Leta pesa yangu.
Yeye alikuwa anapatiwa kama deni. Yeye alikuwa anapatiwa kama tu pocket money.
And I'm telling you,
do you.
The way that industry works.
Yes.
Okay? This is it. Okay? But these are the things we want you to do.
Yes.
Utasema hapana, kaa tu nayo bro.
Yeah.
Yes, fine.
We want you every day. Whenever you're on a radio station or TV station,
that amount of money,
make sure you say the way
things they will demand of you. That's a life-changing amount. And it's not as though they're asking you to leave the country.
Yeah.
No.
You're a senator. Where are you going?
Yes. They just ask you to say certain things.
On that issue of SHA, you know, say this about SHA. On that issue of affordable housing, we need you to, you know, this is a conversation.
But meanwhile, so that we can see that the seriousness is $2 million. Here's 500,000. Just tuone. They are
proof,
my friend.
Yeah.
You don't get wilier people than political operatives.
True.
And to give you a lump sum poop.
Yeah.
Never.
That is why. Now I understand. You know, when he said that, it's not like I don't know kuna wanga na pesa, whether it's on the opposition side or the government side. There's money always. But when he said what he said yesterday about 200 million, you know, I didn't know it was these amounts.
It is what you are asked to do.
Yeah.
And when we have a discussion about bribes and who has been bribed in this country, bro, if you listen to everything that is said, you get the impression almost everybody has been either offered a bribe or given a bribe or...
That is why when you see some of these politicians in parliament, Jamaa ana defend position yake ama position ya whether it's the government or opposition vehemently.
Hata ako tayari kupigana ngumi.
Yeah. Some of them say some things like what we've been hearing lately. Sijui watu fulani wasikuja mahali fulani ama tutakuja mpaka chini ya vitanda.
There's a clip I saw yesterday.
Yeah.
Of one Mr. Rigathi Gachagua.
Right.
When he was talking about Murkomen. I had to play it again. Telling Murkomen, we know your wife comes from Nyeri.
Yeah.
Okay? Rudisha kwani tafuta moja wa kwenu. I said no. This is this AI thing inacheza hapa. Nikacheza tena. Nikacheza tena. Kusema the things that people say in politics, I am certain, absolutely certain, that if I sit down or if we sit with Rigathi Gachagua, we will find him the most logical, most reasonable of people.
Yes.
And you'll wonder, this person and the other one, once you're on a podium, and there is a crowd, you would know. Because you've dealt with crowds. Something sometimes, if you're not careful, can overcome you.
Very true. It's very true.
You start deviating from the script. Now the crowd is moving, and as the crowd is moving, you're also moving with them. That is where you get lost.
Very true.
I once told a friend of mine, we had gone to visit some young man who had, let me say, had worked for him at some point, and he had gotten to a place in the military. So we went to his home place.
Yes.
Okay, in Drumaland. Okay, a place near Taru. We didn't know we're serious guests of honor, bro. Even a choir came to sing for us.
Allah.
And they'd been told our names.
So they inserted your name in the song.
And they sang. And I had been telling my friend, we're talking about politics, and I was saying, the thing about when you get to a place and you have to be careful.
Yeah.
You might find, I didn't know there was going to be a choir. And I told him, you have to be careful. When they start singing your name, you'll make promises that you probably had not planned to do.
Very true.
So now, after they had sung, I noticed literally all of these children didn't have shoes.
Yeah.
See, I promised shoes. My friends started laughing then. What were you telling me about?
Did you buy the shoes?
Yes, I did.
Pole City. In advance, pole. Hata mi kuna wakati nilitwa kwa kanisa kama guest of honor. Then some people sang there. I was a TV presenter then. So when I was called to address the crowd, nikasema hata hao wenye wameimba hapa mnaweza kuja huko kwa TV, muimbe huko kwa kipindi. And they came. The producer looked at me
and told me where.
And she was like, Mbuvi. Ulitoana nao wapi? I just told her. Nikamwambia Aki, forgive me. I owe you a solid one. Forgive me. I have absolutely no idea how I made this promise, but
yeah, I made it.
Thank you so much. Acha tufanye traffic bwana.
Traffic.
Sitaienda tena kwa kanisa kupeana promises mimi. Ngong Road inakaa iko sawa, haina shida yoyote. Agnes Kodek is finally is looking good rather. Valley Road is also looking fantastic. Dennis Street. Now the only place I can see some issue here is hapa ni mahali panaitwa Bomblast area. As you're approaching Landis Road, that entire stretch is currently bumper to bumper, but it's because you guys have decided to come to town early today. Looking at Thika Superhighway, yes, indeed, shule yenyewe zimefunguliwa for sure. If you had any doubt, now we have confirmed because pale Pangani kameshikana from KCA University stretching all the way to North View Road rather. Your barabara imeshikamana bumper to bumper. And also if you're coming from Kiambu area, as you're approaching Muthaiga, yeah, it's tricky, my friend. It's tricky. Kameshikana. I'm sorry. If I go back all the way to Kenyatta University, your barabara iko tu sawa. All right? Wayakiwe, no complaints whatsoever. Naona mnasonga vizuri. There is also not Ngong Road. What's the name of this road? Magadi Road. Sehemu za Ongata Rongai. Hiyo pia iko sawa. Mnasonga vizuri. Nairobi is pretty clean at this particular hour. Nothing much. Outer Ring Road, Kangundo Road, huko kote kuko sawa. But if I take you all the way to Mombasa County, hii place hata ni kama nitaachanga kuisema because nothing. Hakuna, zero. Kongoweko mko tu sawa, Bombolulu sioni shida yoyote. New Nyali Bridge huko hakuna. Elisalasi hata hakuna gari hata pikipiki hakuna chochote pale. That road is great. If you see something, you know the drill. Hala at a what? Hala at a brother.
Traffic on Radio Generation.
Looking at the Taifa Leo paper this morning, it says siku zangu za mwisho na baba. Rais William Ruto ameeleza jinsi alivyopokea taarifa ya kifo cha aliyekuwa waziri mkuu Raila Odinga, mauti ambayo yalizua wingu la huzuni na kutumbukiza taifa kwenye wimbi la maombolezo. Kwenye mahojiano na Taifa Leo, rais alisema alikuwa amezungumza na Raila siku chache kabla ya kifo chake na akaambiwa alikuwa ametoka hospitalini na alikuwa akienda kupumzika. Habari kamili utaipata katika ukurasa wa pili. Gavana onya wa Pwani dhidi ya upinzani. Mwadime asema kinara wa DCP Rigathi Gachagua hakusaidia wakazi wa Pwani alipokuwa naibu rais. Ukurasa wa pili. Mtoto huyu ni wa miaka 4 aliyekuwa Saudi hatimaye aungana na mamake. Ilikuwa raha isiyo kifani kwa Bi Wanjiru kukutana na mwanawe Precious tangu afurushwe Uarabuni Machi 2025. Wait, what happened? Why was she separated from her child? So this story is on page 2. Do they have a brief overview as to what happened? Let me see. They are saying that this is written by Frida Okachi. Mtoto mwenye umri wa miaka 4 Precious Wamboi ameunganishwa tena na mamake Kenya baada ya kuishi Saudi Arabia kwa miaka 3 kufuatia kufurushwa kwa mamake Penina Wanjiru mwaka wa 2025. Precious aliwasili Nairobi Jumatatu na kukutanishwa na mamake katika afisi za idara ya serikali ya masuala ya Wakenya wanaoishi nje ya nchi. Bi Wanjiru alisema anafurahi kurejeshwa mwanawe baada ya kipindi kigumu cha kutengana. Walitengana kwa nini? Why? They are not explaining. Walitenganishwa kwa nini?
Sijui. Nauliza walitenganishwa ama wajua kutengana ni kwamba kila mmoja alikuwa na uamuzi ama uwezo wa kuamua ya kwamba atakumwacha mwenzake. Kama walitenganishwa,
yes,
ilikuwa sio kwa hiari yao.
Yes. Did she give birth to this child when she was in Saudi Arabia and then when she was kicked out of Saudi, she had to leave the child behind?
Well, I'm sure that story, if we read it further, it will tell us. But those who are interested in the story, on which page is it?
Ukurasa wa pili. They don't actually have much on it. It's like a small space hapa chini.
Bas tuache hapo tu. We will look more into it. I'm sure there's a larger part of this particular story.
Yeah. I wonder what happened there. Did she go there, got pregnant, and then when she was leaving she was told, no, this is a Saudi resident, you go back? Or what happened? Anyway, magavana walenga useneta 2027. Waliokamilisha mihula yao miwili wapanga kuwania viti seneti huku wakiidhinisha warithi wao. Ukurasa wa 3. Weta pabaya kuhusu ajira ya walimu kule TSC. Nat na Kupet vyagadhabishwa na dai la spika wa bunge walipewa barua. What is this thing saying? Nat na Kupet vyagadhabishwa na dai la spika wa bunge walipewa barua za kuajiri walimu Ikulu. Ukurasa wa 3. What on earth is going on here? Sababu za Manchester United kuzimwa na limbukeni Hull City katika EPL. Nilikwambia Hull City beat Manchester United 2-0. This happened on was it on Sunday or Saturday? Man, that was devastating.
This is FA.
EPL.
Yeah,
but I'm sure they will play in the FA as well.
Sorry. Unajua sasa hii inakujaga na sasa ukitoa dalili ya uzee ni huu. Unazungumzia yale ambao unaelewa.
Chelsea, but they played yesterday. Remember I told you they were playing yesterday? Yes. Yeah. They were playing with another team. What's the name of that? Fulham. They were playing with Fulham and they beat Fulham 3-2. Yeah, Fulham walikuwa nyumbani. But initially, Chelsea walikuwa wamepelekwa hivi. Unaona hivi? Walikuwa wamepelekwa mbio sana.
Those who love rugby will be interested to know.
Yes.
They're called test matches. New Zealand walikuwa wanacheza na South Africa.
Oh, jana?
Hapana, weekend. Saturday. New Zealand won.
Okay. But New Zealand has always been a formidable team, man.
Yes, but remember, South Africa has won that World Cup back to back.
Yes. I know South Africa is also equally as bad, if not badder.
Well, these things rotate.
Yes.
There's a season when there'll be one team that overwhelms everybody.
Nowadays, I don't hear of Fiji, by the way. What happened to those guys?
Fiji tends to be heard of when you're talking of sevens.
Hiyo unaongelea ni 15th, eh?
15
World Cup.
Where 15 and this test series watu wanacheza. Australia will be in it, England wamekuja, Wales, and then there's Argentina has also emerged as a very formidable side over time. Italy pia wanacheza 15 hapo ndio tunaweza kidogo. Yes.
Okay.
But since we are good at sevens, with time, funding, focus, nothing stopping us.
Okay. We need some other Collins in
from South Africa.
Yes.
Kenya is the only team that one sees on the world stage when it comes to sevens rugby. But South Africa, you see them one in the sevens, 15 aside. But we have a women's side that is equally good at their sevens.
Yes.
But we don't give them sufficient prominence.
Oh, there's another team, but then we keep forgetting Japan.
Yes.
Pia watu hawakuangi wadogo.
No. It's true even when it comes to football.
Yes.
Okay.
Japan si wachache.
But the Kenya women's rugby team
is
a formidable team. They play well and they are recognized. They are playing on the world stage.
Yes.
See, we know volleyball. We know of our athletes. But again, the attention that ought to be given is to these other budding sports.
Right.
Because they also pull up and bring up and make the name of this delightful country of ours a destination that people actually want to come to.
True story.
Yes.
Inside the conclave, DCP leader Rigathi Gachagua has emerged from his 55-day Wamunyoro political conclave with a clear message. He wants to lead the opposition into the 2027 presidential contest to oust President William Ruto, but he is willing to step aside if a stronger candidate emerges. The former deputy president says his nationwide consultations exposed deep anger over the economy, education, healthcare, agriculture, taxation, security, and governance. Hiyo utaipata page 4. He said that I played a big role to bring this government into power. It is hurting Kenyans. I am playing a bigger role to send it home come 10th August 2027 on the ballot. All right. And then last but not least, Daily Nation inasema hivi. Salaries crisis hits counties. Na muliambiwa hii kitu. Muliambiwa si ati nini au nini. County employees have not been paid for the past 2 months following a standoff between county governments and the control of budget. Margaret Nyakango on budget approvals. Control of budget. Margaret says 6 counties are yet to submit their budgets. Lakini sasa for the year 2026-2027 financial year. Affected counties include the following, but she has said 6, but here I see 21.
Soma.
But these are the counties that haven't received the money. So they include Bomet, Baringo, Bungoma, Homa Bay, Isiolo, Kitui.
Soma, bro. Soma.
These people are embarrassing me. Kitui, Kisii, Kericho, Kwale, Laikipia, Lamu, Meru, Nakuru, Nairobi, Siaya, Tharaka Nithi. Pia Tharaka Nithi. Malindi pia ametoka.
So what?
Taita Taveta, Tana River, Turkana, Trans Nzoia and Vihiga. Hii mambo ya Kitui inanikasirishanga sana, by the way.
It shouldn't it?
Yeah, it actually does. But anyway, so yeah, 21 counties. You can see that entire story on pages 4 and what? Pages 4 and 5. You know, nani alituambia, not the controller, auditor general alituambia, design yenye tunalipa madeni na venye tunazikopa. She was actually saying that we might not survive another 2 years if we continue with that trend. But I think she was being very generous with that particular comment. I think we're already there. Anyway, rearrest drama as lawyer faces murder charge in Dr. Mutiso's killing. The story is on page 2. TSC jobs scandal. Unions are outraged after National Assembly Speaker Moses Wetangula revealed that State House hands teacher employment letters to MPs, saying this amounts to an admission that political patronage influences hiring. Unions are outraged after National Assembly Speaker Moses Wetangula revealed.
The outrage now.
Revealed that State House hands teacher employment letters to MPs.
This is something that started now. Have we not had this story since last year?
Actually, I remember that story from last year.
Yes, so the outrage is...
So mbona wanajifanya ndio wamejua sasa?
Yes, okay, you're outraged and then what?
So the unions are outraged.
Yeah, fine,
so that is
fine.
Kupet and Nat.
Yeah, we get it. We are angry, we are outraged. Then what? What's the plan?
See, they are outraged. Full stop.
Then read another story, Chief.
Okay. Page 10. Former DP Rigathi Gachagua alleges the electoral agency has turned to a controversial South Korean firm for an election system, sparking a dispute at the procurement board. Lakini Kenya shida yetu inakuanga nini?
Over what?
Sasa tulitoka Venezuela tumeenda South Korea.
Kufanya nini?
See, for the election system. Initially, by the election system yetu ilikuwa imetoka wapi? I know Venezuela is that Kamago thing. But initially, this schemes kit that is nakwanga.
It didn't come from Venezuela. Kamago was a Venezuelan.
Anyway, there you have it. I am done with the Daily Nation. Over to you.
We are looking at the Business Daily. Company CEOs cut reliance on bank loans. Do they now? Companies are increasingly financing operations from internally mobilized resources, reducing reliance on bank loans, a CBK survey has revealed. This story is on page 4, and it looks like it is an interesting story. It's a story by one Mr. Kibui Mwangi. Okay. Chief executives of private companies attribute their decision to sticky lending rates despite a gradual reduction of the Apex Bank interest rate. According to the survey conducted last month, some 49.7% of the respondents rely on internally generated funds, up to 38.1% of the year earlier. Sawa. Wameona hii pesa, hii mambo ya office party, toa. Team building, toa.
India party.
Toa.
Media party.
Toa.
Rewards.
Bonus. Toa. Kenya Re half-year profit jumps 43%. Kenya Re posted a 42.8% jump in net profit to the 2.25 billion in the next 6 months to June 2026, lifted by a stronger underwriting performance. Okay? So, if they say that's what they've done,
then they have said that's what they've done.
Inside Nairobi Stock Exchange, firms raising dividends despite fall in profits. More firms listed on the Nairobi Stock Exchange have defied profit drops to increase dividend payouts amidst pressures on management to share the falling earnings. Regulatory filings indicate that 9 firms increased or maintained dividends despite a fall in profits, while a further 9 raised the shareholders' payout at a faster rate than earning growth. Absa Bank, Standard Chartered Bank, BOC Kenya, Centum Investment Company and Kenya Power have raised dividends despite falling profits, while TPS East Africa, CIS Insurance Group, Kenya Re and Liberty Kenya Holdings maintain payouts despite weaker earnings.
But how is that possible though?
It's not that they don't have the money. It's just that the profits have fallen.
Okay. Oh, so they've made profit, but not as much as they made the previous year. Okay.
But what makes this newsworthy is that they've maintained the payouts. Some have even maintained payouts despite the fact that the profits are not very high.
Oh.
Yes. That's what's making the news.
Nilikuwa nimeanza kushangaa kwani. What are we doing?
What that indicates, perhaps remotely, maybe not factually, is that people who probably make the payout also have shares in those particular institutions.
Okay.
Right. Back in the middle of the paper, how Kenya failed to block bad fuel in high seas drama. Really?
Yeah.
Ship with 12 shillings billion cargo delayed in Indian Ocean. MT Paloma threatened legal action over KPA delays. Let me read it out. Before the arrest of senior state officials in the energy sector over contested fuel cargo, Kenyan authorities tried to unsuccessfully block a ship carrying 60,000 tons of petrol from docking at the port of Mombasa. The state alleged that the emergency shipment was overpriced, of substandard quality, and procured at rates significantly higher than those agreed under existing deals. A confidential letter shows that the owner of MT Paloma, the ship carrying the fuel, arrived at the outer limits of the port of Mombasa on March 27th at 2:30 a.m. and requested clearance to enter the port. It was denied entry as answers were sought from top officials on why they allowed importation of fuel outside the government-to-government arrangement linked with top Middle East firms. Kenya Ports Authority was under clear instructions not to allow MT Paloma to dock at the port and discharge its cargo at Kipevu. This prompted the owners of MT Paloma to fire terse legal warnings to KPA, warning the state agency that it will be held directly responsible for the 11.8 billion cargo documents tabled at the Senate following probe on the condemned fuel show. And this isn't in the papers, but this is me saying, and the drama continues.
Ati Paloma amebeba nini?
Walikuwa wamebeba fuel. Same fuel. Si ati ni fuel ingine ninaongelea. Ni same.
Bwana, watu si wajenga bwana. Watu si wajenga bwana. Tunajua hiki tu bwana, watu si wajenga.
There's an article by a gentleman called Morvin Achila, Public Debt. Restructure the debt, not Kenya's future. A disorderly restructuring could destabilize the financial system and transfer the sovereign crisis into banks and pension funds. Kenya's debt problem is no longer merely a technical matter for the treasury. It has become a political economy question. What kind of economy can Kenya build when an ever-growing share of the public resources is committed to servicing yesterday's borrowing? Public debt has reached 12.86 trillion by April this year, equivalent to 69% of the gross domestic product, according to Treasury. The more important question, not simply how much Kenya owes, but what the country is getting for the debt. Borrowing to finance productive infrastructure can generate growth and revenue. And the story continues, and it is a good story, and may it continue.
Yeah. All right. Umemalizako hapo?
Yes, I wanted to look at a little story. I want to tell you a story.
Yes.
Happy story, yo.
Story.
No, that one actually is Ransom Fela Kuti, who sang that song.
Oh. Story.
Yes, I want to tell you a story. It's a song.
Oh.
A happy story. This is not me saying, trying to sing, but this is me actually singing. So,
okay, but I was also singing. Story, come. Okay.
Clearly not by Ransom Fela Kuti.
No, that one is just kindergarten songs.
Kindergarten?
Yeah, hapa Kenya.
Okay. Bang in the middle of the Star paper, fertilizer subsidy inside states 23 million. My advertisements program has reached 4.3 million households with fertilizer and 4.1 million with certified seed.
Atike
fertilizer subsidy inside states 32 million bags in 4 seasons.
Okay.
This is the story of the government and the fertilizer program.
Yeah.
Now I am through.
Okay. Can I salimia a few people before we get into the news?
Do so.
Luis Rudasingo amesema good morning. Well, good morning, Luis. Akasema I couldn't agree more with City on stress and parenting. Okay. Yeah. You agree. You say it's coming, so you deal with it because it ain't going nowhere. Stress is stress, and also parenting is stressful. Douglas Kibogonga amesema good morning. Chalo and Mbuvi, I'm assuming Chalo is you. The issue is how to reconcile the current MP Mwalimu Oraro and Junior. Who's Mwalimu Oraro?
Read it again, please.
Chalo and Mbuvi. The issue is how to reconcile the current MP Mwalimu Oraro and Junior.
Mwalimu Oraro must be a candidate and Junior must be Raila Junior.
Kibra. Aha. Oh yes. So how are they going to play this, eh? Hii kidogo inaleta maswala. Padmo anasema hivi, City and Mbuvi niko locked from Kisii Town. Karibu sana wale wanasemanga ati wakire. Ni wakire, si ndio? Okay. Karibu sana. Lucas Moyo amesema good morning Mbuvi and City. Well, good morning to you, Lucas. Alando anasema good morning City and Mbuvi. A certain politician allied to the government said boldly in parliament that the Gen Z killings were AI generated.
Who on earth said that?
I remember a lot of things were said.
People say some genuinely crazy things.
What did KJ say? KJ said...
Yes,
there's something KJ said.
It was...
Did he say the killings were AI generated?
Well, no, I don't know exactly what he said, but what he said at the time generated a lot of heat.
Yes.
I recall vividly.
Because he even had to apologize for it.
He did apologize, but it raised a lot of heat. Yes.
Nick Bala anasema morning. The influence of the platform is akin to getting drunk. There's a spirit that takes over you when you are being cheered. You overpromise. Ni ukweli. Ama ndio kitu ma politicians wanafanyanga when they stand in front of an audience.
Mara nyingi hata hawana agenda ya maana.
Semanga tu haya. Kutoka kesho kila mtu atakula mbuzi. Na hata wewe utakula ng'ombe. Na kila mtu atapata kuku. Kuku na mimi kuku. See, that is what happens.
The thing is, with Raila, what he stood for was known.
Right.
So the theatrics were permissible.
Right.
But these other fellows are not Raila, so...
However...
the theatrics are not permissible.
Correct me if I'm wrong.
Yes.
Raila promised, but he just never got the chance to deliver. Because he never got to be president.
Yes.
And we can argue that, yes, he was prime minister at one point, but...
he's not president.
Hakuanga na hiyo kitu ya kudeliver sana.
No, not really.
But when he was MP, did he make these kinds of promises? Kutoka leo and letea Nairobi River. Did he ever do that?
The Nairobi River already existed, but
but you know,
you only need to look at what it is that it is said he did when he was MP for Kibra. Start there.
You don't remember Waititu saying that he will redirect a river? You remember that time? And we laughed at him.
No. Waititu was not saying something that couldn't be done.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
And Waititu, you know, for all that the man at a later stage gained certain notoriety, if you look at his politics, he was one of these few people who, in my opinion, genuinely had the interest of the Mwananchi at heart. Somewhere along the way, I think he lost
the plot.
Yeah. But if you follow his career, he wasn't popular for nothing.
Mi na feel Waititu ni kama ule jamaa alikuwa anaropokangwa tu.
No. If you followed his career, no, he wasn't.
Aki nilikuwa na feel ni kama Waititu.
Look, there are very, very few politicians who will go out and join the Wananchi in stopping somebody from grabbing land and that sort of thing.
No. Him being active, he was one of those guys because unajua alikuwa mtu wa ground. Hakuwa anaitwa baba yao for nothing. Baba yao, that name came from somewhere.
Yes. Their collective father.
Yes. So baba yao wasn't just, but ilikuwa ikifika, I think microphone ilikuwa kuja mbele yake anasema gai. Anasema nini? Sasa gai woi. Sasa gai microphone do. That's what I feel. But anyway, I could be wrong. That's just my analysis.
I am biased because I like the politician.
Willis Juma wait, Oraro is the current MP for Kibra. I'm meant to understand.
Yes.
Good morning, RG family. That is Willis Juma. Lookins anasema good morning, good people. Let's rise and shine again. For sure. Let's do this. And then Nuru ndiye ametuambia Oraro is the current MP. Michael Olande amesema Oyawore team RG. Greetings from Chigali.
That's good morning.
Good morning. In which language is this? Kijaluo. For real?
Yes. Good morning, Oyawore.
Oh.
Yes.
Okay. What is Wachane?
Sema.
And what is Idinade?
It actually means how are you going, but how are you doing?
Okay.
Yes. Directly is how are you going? The is to go.
Yeah.
So then how are you doing?
Oh, even the in Kikamba is the like enda. Like nikwambia the baya, I mean go there. Okay. All right, let's get into the news with Winnie Maganga. Then when we return, see, of course, Munajua, another conversation takes place.
Radio generation, the sound is fine. Pump it up, turn it high all the time. Let the music move you, let's sway. Radio G's got your jam all day.
Radio Generation, the home of urban soul. This is the Radio Generation News.
Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga. The Ministry of Education says it has released more than 18.5 billion Kenya shillings in capitation funds as schools begin the third term. Education Cabinet Secretary Julius Ogamba said the money will support learners in all public basic education institutions, including pre-primary, junior and senior schools. The government says the disbursement is aimed at easing financial pressure on schools and ensuring smooth operations during the new term. The university's academic staff union has rejected a decision by Moi University management to declare 75 faculty members redundant. The union accuses the university of seeking to replace permanent and pensionable staff, with part-time lecturers describing the move as illegal, inhumane, and a form of casualization of academic labor. WASU says the decision threatens the welfare of university staff and undermines job security in the institution.
With the demand immediate withdrawal of the advert for part-time lecturers in the affected departments, failure to which we shall instruct our members to cede any teaching materials, not conduct any handover, and we shall commence industrial action, including a strike and legal action in the Employment and Labor Relations Court.
More University is working like an island where they want to reduce theirs, while all the other 38 public and university colleges want to increase their staff in readiness or in state of preparedness to receive the CBC.
Enough is enough with this issue of redundancy. We cannot have, again, acting management sacking permanent and pensionable members. This management have even acted beyond their time.
People's Party of Kenya leader N. Kiharu, Member of Parliament Ndindi Nyoro, has criticized the government over what he termed inadequate funding for schools. Speaking while meeting delegates at the party headquarters, Nyoro called on the government to release capitation funds to facilitate the smooth reopening and running of learning institutions. The lawmaker also raised concerns over rising insecurity, warning that what he described as Goon's culture is slowly pushing the country towards anarchy.
Na tunataka tutoe onyo hapa. Serikali lazima watume pesa ya capitation katika mashule zetu. Na pesa ya capitation, principals wanajua ni 22,000 shillings. Ile 14,000 wametuma wanasema ni capitation. Na wanasema wamemaliza kutuma capitation. That money is not enough. Na tunasema watume pesa. We have over 1.3 million school going children wenye hawako kwa shule sasa, kwa sababu elimu imesabaratishwa hapa Kenya. Tunasema waajibike. These are the kind of issues we want addressed.
Mama Ida Odinga has thrown her support behind her son Raila Odinga Jr. for the Kibera parliamentary seat. Speaking during celebrations to mark her 76th birthday on Monday, Mama Ida said Kibera residents have approached her and expressed support for Raila Jr., citing the Swahili saying mtoto wa Simba ni Simba, a lion's cub is a lion. She urged Kibera residents and local leaders who support his political ambitions to guide and mentor him as he ventures into politics.
Wananiambia mtoto wa Simba ni mkiamua, mimi sina habari. Mkiamua, mimi sina habari, lakini namwekwa kwa mkononi mwenu. Kwanza kabisa ni wale viongozi wa Kibra.
Court premises in Zambia's capital Lusaka and other parts of the country have been closed as the deadline for challenging the recent presidential election results approaches. Some courts have seen a heightened police presence, with the premises tapped off and access restricted. Opposition candidate Brian Mundubile, who finished second with 38% of the vote, has vowed to challenge the results, citing alleged irregularities. Incumbent President Hakainde Hichilema secured a second term after winning 60% of the vote. And that's the truth on Radio Generation. Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga.
When leaders speak, can you listen?
The system or intelligence, they are very clever. You can be balanced in one way or the other without knowing they are balancing you.
And every morning they speak here on the People's Breakfast.
It cannot be that we will only be the leaders of this revolution when we come to the media stations. But then when people die, we do not say that we are the ones who sent them there.
Don't miss the People's Breakfast tomorrow morning on Radio Generation 88.8 Nairobi. The views and opinions expressed on this program are those of the guests and do not necessarily reflect the views of Radio Generation. Radio Generation assumes no responsibility or liability for the interviewee's views. This is Radio Generation. In the beginning, there was morning radio. But now there is Radio Generation's The People's Breakfast, curious and bold, getting facts from the shadows.
That's what it is.
Now, as the city wakes and secrets stir, a bright new voice shines. The People's Breakfast. Your morning, your voice, your journey. Good morning.
Good morning, my neighbor.
Welcome to the home of hard truths and bold insights, Radio Generation.
Good morning and welcome back. It is now 8:07. My name is Mungala Mbuvi. This is the People's Breakfast. Tuko naye City Muga hapa kwenye studio, and also we have our guest who has arrived. He's a public policy analyst, but he's also the party leader of Progress Plus Alliance. I hope I've gotten it right, Arnold.
Yes.
Nilijua nimeipata. Welcome to the studio. Welcome back after. Sijui ulipotelea wapi? Siku hizi na kuonanga tu ukipost mambo ya Linda Mwananchi. I'm assuming you're either the party leader of Linda Mwananchi. Ama mimi ndio ninakufuata sana. Because of all the Linda Mwananchi leaders and members, I think you're doing a very good job as far as, just talking about it is concerned.
Linda Mwananchi is bigger than a political party. You cannot reduce Linda Mwananchi to a party. Linda Mwananchi is bigger than a coalition.
Okay.
Linda Mwananchi is a mega trend.
Yes, it is.
So for anybody that is looking into the future, Linda Mwananchi is the way to go.
Yes.
Yeah.
But we are waiting for
Umesikia your sales pitch?
Amesema it's bigger than a party. It's bigger than an alliance.
Yes.
It's actually a mega trend.
It's a mega trend.
Next thing is going to tell you it's larger than life.
Let me tell you,
Not really.
It probably is. If you follow Arnold on social media like I do,
yes.
But hakuna kitu kingine Arnold usema isipokuwa Linda Mwananchi. I'm sure sasa hata ukikata damu yake ina bleed Linda Mwananchi.
Na hiyo damu ni rangi gani?
Linda Mwananchi color. Whichever color Linda Mwananchi is. Currently they are blue and white. But it's a good thing. I'm actually happy that...
but Mbuvi, you should know one thing.
Yes, sir.
I have forgotten the verse in the Bible that we'll speak about. In the fullness of time, God sent his son. That small verse is actually quite complex.
John 3:16.
No.
For God so loved the world that he sent his only begotten son.
In the fullness of time,
yes,
God sent his son.
Okay.
There is that particular bit.
So that bit...
When you are doing exposition, you realize that contemporarily a lot was happening. For that verse to actually make sense.
Yes.
There was one language, there was one government, there was people going across. So when Jesus happened, there was so much.
It is Galatians. But Galatians 4:47. Yeah.
So in the fullness of time, God sent his son. So there is what it means for any other person reading the Bible casually.
Yes.
But
if you contextualize it, then you realize there was one language, there was one government, proximity across the major
templates that make the crust that is the earth today. All of them, there was a connection. So that was the right time. So this is the right time to talk about Linda Mwananchi because it's a few days to the next election.
Yes.
2, I am a millennial.
Few months to the next election.
Few months, yes. So I'm a millennial. And if millennials do not make a crack this particular time, then we will be having a serious competition with Gen Zs in 2032.
Okay.
So this is the time for us to, because they'll actually be of age. In 2027, the majority of voters will be millennials. Gen Z will be coming a second, close second. But then in 2032, they will be the absolute majority.
What's the upper limit of this, the age of millennials?
The millennials is 45 to 31. Yeah. So those guys are the core of what constitutes the voter register today.
All right.
Millennials are coming in a strong second. Then, of course, the other bit. So when I speak about Linda Mwananchi, I'm not talking about...
The other bit is people like me.
The dinosaurs, you mean?
At least that didn't come from me. So City, if you have got any cast to administer,
don't worry.
You know where to administer the cast.
The reason why I'm going to be silent on that one,
yes,
I could have referred to me as Cro-Magnon, which is even more ancient. So I'm not doing too badly on the scale of things.
So I mean, I'm happy with what Linda Mwananchi is doing. As in, I'm happy with that kind of politics because kuna kitu mpya mume-inject. To be honest, mume-inject kitu safi sana, kitu poa sana. Yenye ninaweza nikiulizwa personally ninaweza sema it has actually even imefanya wengine wachangamke kidogo, which is a good thing.
Well, I don't think wengine hata wakichangamka there is anything they could do because as it is today, and we should actually stop blaming people like Kalonzo, we should stop blaming people like Matiang'i, Eugene Wamalwa, because those guys have actually hit their ceiling if it comes to growth. However much you push them, even if they go out, by the way, they go out every weekend, and even if you are to report about it, really you realize there's not so much value news-wise. As in the news value too.
Is it value or is it there's no traction?
Okay, they are not attacked like Linda Mwananchi is attacked.
So, no, I'm just saying, so today, and that's why I told you, Linda Mwananchi is bigger than a political party. So do not ask us about a political party because Linda Mwananchi is a coalition of political parties.
Okay.
Eventually, probably at least 4. 2, Linda Mwananchi is bigger than a coalition. Because today, Linda Mwananchi is the only formation that has got room for growth going forward. The 18 to 20% undecided are all Linda Mwananchi material. The formation that can actually claw and take into the other people that have been holding fort in different sectors of the country politically, it's only Linda Mwananchi that can actually take. So it's Linda Mwananchi that can grow. Stop asking Matiang'i to do more, because even if he did more, he's actually hit the ceiling. That's as much as he can go. Even if you were to ask Kalonzo to actually do much, there is nothing new Kalonzo is going to do. The only formation that has got capacity and room for growth is Linda Mwananchi.
Okay.
DCP has hit its ceiling. They can't go beyond that. So for purposes of consolidating the opposition, it's better you guys focus on just giving Linda Mwananchi all the attention it requires and all the support it requires. By the way, also remember to send us money on that particular pay bill.
Yeah, tutapata pesa, mtapata, ina shida.
So, and we are not discriminating 10 bob, 70 bob, whatever you send and support Linda Mwananchi. So
haba na haba ujaza kibaba. Yeah. But there's something, I was having a conversation here with Senator Onyanka last night, and he brought in a very interesting perspective that we really cannot ignore these old folks, the Kalonzos of this world. He gave an example of how, not Raila, what's his name? The first President Moi.
Yes. That's the second one. The first one was Jomo.
Yes. Yes. So he explained to us how Moi did things, that he had a mix and match of old folks, and perhaps it gave him some level of success. He also gave us an example of Kibaki. Kibaki, as much as alikuanga na some new blood here and there, he really retained some old folks who helped, drive the engine that was government at the time. Then he now came to what is happening in the current government of Kenya Kwanza, whereby he was saying that hakuna wale unajua watu wa kitambo akina Nkaiseri wenye as much as alishatuacha, but alikuwa anasema those guys who would actually give you some really solid advice, maybe something that city would give you. He got rid of that particular group, and when he got rid of that particular group, he had all these new guys, the Murkomens, the Kina PS Raymond Omolo, the CSs that we currently see and the PSs we currently see. And he says perhaps that is one of his biggest undoing, because he doesn't have that wisdom coming from...
I'm surprised. On the one hand, you want to introduce younger people to these processes.
Yes.
But on the other hand, you're criticized for doing so.
Mm-hmm.
And on the other hand, the mention of somebody who brought younger people into government was Uhuru. Uhuru seemed to have followed this particular narrative of looking professionals to bring them into government.
Mm-hmm.
But in my opinion, where the mistake was made was when we started tinkering with the public service. The public service had a process and a hierarchy and a way of doing things.
And a succession process.
Yes. Now, there's something that happened to the public service. These structural adjustment programs, when we had what we call the golden handshake, there's a certain cadre of civil servant, worker, of a state employee who was let go of just when they were about 40. So what that meant was a lot of people who were middle-level management left the service. Now, you didn't know this, and you didn't understand the gap until a couple of years down the line, when people were retiring. Then you suddenly had a problem, and you didn't really have the numbers to actually replace these people who had been depleted with that particular process. The civil service or the public service, for purpose of continuity, it must be understood, they're the ones who actually run the country, not the politicians. The politicians sort of like guide it, interfere, do all sorts of things. But you need them to actually keep this thing we call the government running.
Yeah.
The moment you tinker with it,
that's it,
and you bring in people from the private sector. Nothing wrong with bringing people from the private sector, but at the very top, you will have problems. Now, you are somebody who understands governance. Please correct me if I'm wrong, or tell me what it is that you think about what I've just said.
First of all, I do not know whether it's Cicero or Seneca who said that if it were not for the elders correcting the mistakes of the young, there would be no state. That statement is so true today that President William Ruto might be, is he turning 60 or relatively? He could be. He's not a millennial, of course. He's actually the age of my mother.
Okay.
But his state is largely run by young people who...
He's 59.
Who are literally have run amok. Countries have banned for lesser than what Murkomen is doing today.
Yes.
Empires have come down for lesser than what Murkomen is doing today. And when we're talking about governance, we're talking about the set of rules, systems that have been put in place, the norms, the entire, let me just call it the system on how people, our community have agreed to be governed by. So in this particular aspect, we'll be talking about the set of rules, practices that we would love to be part and parcel of what then administers state. This thing called government or governance or government is a little bit much more complex than the people in government, or rather at least the practice of it. We simplify it so much. And that is why I chuckle when I see William Ruto pushing the idea that his opponents are planless, they are rudderless, they need to give plans and everything else. Like City has actually just told you, even a class 8 child in this can actually run this country. The authors and the makers of the Constitution 2010 ensured that you do not need anything out there. There's a summary of the aspirations, the vision, and everything we need for ourselves and our children and the future generations in what you call the preamble. That's a summary, a small poem that actually summarizes our aspirations, our ambitions, how we want to deal with that. But then as a people, we said, even if you do vision casting in the preamble properly, where we want to go. We are a country that, we are a democracy. There are certain things that we want to deal with. So, the why is very much so in the preamble. You can get let's talk about, you can do a critical factor analysis of what we want with ourselves in the preamble. But then what is the how? Because the how is as important as the why. Once you understand the why, then you get to the how. What William Ruto is doing a lot of times and he's talking to us about is the what. William Ruto does not run Kenya as a president. He runs Kenya as a programs officer. So he's going to do a whole list of issues. This is what you can do. So if you're going to actually compete William Ruto with the way he thinks, bottom up is a list of programs. William Ruto is a chief programs officer. That is how he carries himself. But that's not how you run a country. So much. If you look at William Ruto and the way he thinks, he's actually a programs officer. He is not the president. He is not what the constitution says a president should be. So you go to compete with William Ruto, you will have to go that particular line. So if it's bottom up, already a system that is failing the country, for you to compete with him with that particular thinking, you will have to come up with bottom up Promax. Bottom up itself, 1.0, is not a model that can run a country. A political economy like ours is quite complex. You cannot run a political economy as complex as ours as a programs officer. You can't. So I know the president was never employed anywhere in his life. So his grasp of governance, as it were, is actually very little.
But he has been an employer.
There's a lie. No, being an employer is one thing. Some of these people who ended up even running bigger companies
being
have
employed
had to
is a
outsource.
learning process. You must understand the doing and the learning is what employment does for you.
You see, some of these guys who have come up with, even with bigger businesses, they have had to outsource the management of businesses entirely to people who can run it. You did that with Zuckerberg. Zuckerberg does not run the HR function of Meta. He doesn't do that. See this other man who the other day convinced himself that the way he's been running his business, the South African who is in the US,
Elon Musk.
See how he ruined the state that is United States. It's going to take at least 25 years to correct the mess that Elon Musk
did in 6 months.
In 6 months in the US. You cannot run a country like you would run some blue chip company where you pass down stuff and then railroad stuff. Countries are not made of such stuff. That is not how if countries were run that way, we would not be here today. There would be no human civilization today. It's much more than that.
Okay.
So I was telling you, number one, you have got the vision cast in the preamble. Then there is the how. How do we want to achieve this? It's in Article 10. How? And that is one question voters a lot of times don't ask. So you show up as a member of, an aspirant for member of parliament, like myself running in Matungu, and then you are telling them, I will build you this hospital, I will build you this road. People don't ask how. If you asked how, then you will realize that as a member of parliament, I am not.
It is because those people that you're telling don't even know.
So
that is not your responsibility.
So there is of course that. Then eventually, now there is a basic social contract that we give ourselves, which is the what. It's in Article 43.
Okay.
Socioeconomic rights. So when you talk about education, when you talk about housing, you talk about safety from hunger, when you talk, as in I'm talking about food, all that English you see that those guys telling you it's big for, it is bottom up economic transformation agenda, everything else is under Article 43. The people who sat down in Bomas to come up with a constitution were also careful enough to give us a social contract, a bare minimum of what we should do for ourselves. So before people tell you about the shiny things that we've been talking about, it's already clear. So if you want to run this country,
yes,
you today as Mbuvi, as president, you just need to socialize with the preamble. You need to at heart ensure that the software that runs how we achieve what we want is in Article 10. And then the what? We start with the bare minimum. There are about 11 things. Social security, health, clean water, food, education, the right to access emergency
services,
care, when you need that, when you are old. So we've taken end to end. That is Article 43.
Okay.
So have we done everything to do with Article 43? No, we haven't. So when you come up, and that's now going to his question, there is no place in this country that has got a glut of talent and brain like the bureaucracy, what we call the state. This thing called public service. You might meet them dressing, when sometimes unapata, civil service has got a way of beating you up until you look like a professor of old. So you could meet a civil servant ule mwenye hata suti yake ujui kala original ilikuwa gani, because huwezi jua kama ni grey, ni brown, ni black, ziko tu. They have got this, some of them especially mid-level and down. But once you sit down with those guys, you'd be surprised.
Upper.
As in, we have got a glut. We pick a few Kenyans here, you take them to South Sudan, they construct a whole public service, bottom up, complete. Whole country is running. We've done that in so many places. You go to Somalia today, it's Kenyans who are putting up that particular. All our neighbors here, they are making noise. But when it comes to the construction and administration of public affairs, no one beats Kenya in this particular region. No one.
Okay.
So you have got the talent, the capacity, the experience, the competencies to run a bureaucracy like ours effectively. By the way, you don't need to outsource. The biggest problem we have is that we have got these guys who have never worked a single day for anybody. They know nothing about working, productivity. They are ambitious, yes, they have got this vision for everything else, but they have never one day worked under systems because it's governance. And that is why I'm told there is an MP who a former governor for a neighboring county here. He went to an area, and because he wants to do things very fast, you know, these guys who have made money from, sometimes it looks like cult money from nothing. They can't explain where they got money. So he went to a place, and then people told him, here tunanyongwa usiku and everything about that, we need a mulika mwizi. And because he wants to be very populist and everything, as he asks, hapa nani anaweza kuleta tatu? So he got a contractor by just pointing at somebody. The guy actually ended up putting up a light mast, a mulika mwizi. And that guy, of course, the government eventually being impeached, you can now place who that guy is. That guy has been going to the county headquarters for so many years, saying it's true, and people can see the light is here. This is the light,
and it's working.
There is a video of the governor saying, nana anaweza kufanya hiyo kazi hapa. So the governor said, I did, there is light, but then how do you get the government to pay you? You know what that is?
There's a process has to be followed.
There is a process that has to be followed because this is public money. However, you know, the road to hell is actually punctuated with good intentions. So however much good the governor meant, this is a government. It's
government procurement processes.
It is a system. You can't run this like your own kiosk. Those are the rules and the laws we put in place to govern ourselves, because then it is, you can follow through whatever, however fast you want to do things.
There's a universal way of doing things.
There is a way, the norms, the system, the laws, the rules we have put in place as a Commonwealth that we want to be governed by. And you have to stick by that. You have to believe in that, because you see, societies are about longevity. And it's not just doing things. There are so many people. That's why today we have never agreed and understood who actually built the pyramids.
But we know it's these guys here in Sudan.
The Nubis. I don't know what the other one is.
They are the ones.
So,
is that why there are more pyramids in Sudan than there are in Egypt?
Yeah, see, they're the same guys. It's just one family.
First of all, there was no Sudan and there was no Egypt. Those guys were just living in their own land.
Yes.
And some people came and drew a line and told them, now you guys are Sudanese and the others are Egyptians. They are Egyptians.
As far as we are concerned, ni akina Salva Kiir hiyo radio yote ilijenga hiyo.
So that puts it at that.
Yes.
So it's the systems and how we work around that. So when people try to sidestep the rules we've given ourselves, this is how we would love to govern ourselves. You know, if you were to look at Apple, let's go back to Apple, for example.
Yes.
You look at the tablet. It's not nothing new. It's that tablet, the stone tablet given to
Moses.
to Moses and
Mount Sinai.
Mount Sinai. It's the same thing. These things we are just reworking. When you look at your wall, you are talking about following me on social media.
Yes.
That wall that we write on, it is that old wall in the cave where if I came to your cave and I found you weren't there and I had information, I will draw on your wall there was an animal here. So those are the wall paintings you find there. It's not changed. We simply are being more efficient at doing what years in the past
our ancestors
the
did.
same thing speaks to the norms that govern certain communities today. Traditions, people really want to look at how they frown at traditions, right? We want to frown at traditions. This is what our people used to do. There is something that had informed that, and it was a lived experience that actually gave birth to traditions. So there we've given ourselves that, and we know why we have decided that even if you wanted to buy a pen, it will have to go through a procurement process. There is a reason why. If you were to put up a mulika mwizi like the one in the neighboring county that the governor decided to procure himself directly in with public participation immediately,
yes,
it has not been paid to date, but you can see the light. This is the light. I am the one who did it. I have got the receipts that bought it. But who asked you? Was he the right person to ask you? Yes, he is the governor, but was he the right person to give you the go ahead? He can't give you an LPO.
Hapo walimfanyia mbaya.
So this thing called governance, there's too much. So you're going to get a lot of all manner of mad people running into that particular space, and they have no idea. They have never been under authority any day.
So are we saying that
for them to be in authority?
Yeah. If we go with this example, I'm thinking then we'll have very many cycles of perhaps mad people before we actually get someone who understands this gig. And by the time even us as Kenyans understand, maybe even I won't be there. Maybe it's my...
No,
Kenyans do understand.
No, but we understand the gig. We do. We do.
Kenyans do understand.
You think so?
Yes, we do.
Then why do we keep on giving madmen these positions?
Actually, one, you have to actually give a part to the back for Kenyans.
Okay.
We've done fairly well. One of the reasons why you find a government that is so irritable as this one is because of the insistence to adhere to the rule of law, to adhere to systems, to adhere to governance as it were. So if you don't want to do things the right way, we will take you to court. If you don't want to do things the right way, we will go to the streets. If you don't want to do things the right way, we will come to your office.
Yes.
If you do not want to do things the way is actually stated, we will write about it and you will get very angry. Yeah? So we will talk about it the way we are doing now. And that actually makes people who do not want to follow or rather adhere to the set of rules that we've given ourselves.
Okay.
You know, like when you talk about the oath of office, one thing is constant: to uphold
the Constitution,
protect
the Constitution.
So why is because that is our governing contract.
It's the manual.
That is the manual, as in whatever you want to do.
Yeah.
Thank you for convincing us that you want to do this for us.
Yes.
Now this is the way to do it.
This is the manual of operations.
So whether you're an MCA,
is the standard operating procedure. The manual is that. So it doesn't matter whether you are an MCA. It doesn't matter whatever you want to do.
Yeah.
You will do it because this is how we as a people agreed to be governed. You do not go out of that. So however well-meaning you are, if you cannot adhere to this, let me give you an example, a more recent one.
Okay.
So my uncle, who is an elder in my community, who also happens to be a senior-most government official, in the person of the Speaker of the National Assembly, in a very uncharacteristic of him, burst, he came out and said that he has taken members of parliament to the president before. The president has used the number 10, has given those members of parliament TSC letters.
Yes.
And then there is what has the reportage about members of parliament selling those
papers,
those
appointment letters.
Those appointment letters. And if you have ever sat with Moses Wetangula, he's an extremely sharp human being. Don't let those looks confuse you. He's an extremely sharp human being.
Hata tukisema nini yeye ni mtu sharp.
listen to him talking.
First of all, how do you think he has survived this long?
You cannot
decades of survival.
You cannot be the lawyer that represents the people that have tried to overthrow Moi.
Yes.
End up being appointed or rather nominated into parliament first by Moi.
Not being detained or jailed.
Yeah.
No.
Coming all the way. Moses Wetangula is a sharp human being.
Yes.
So I do not know that I'm trying to go back to him, and he's normally very careful. He's also a stickler to laws and rules. He can look at this conversation and he can actually count up to 10 laws we've already broken, and where we can actually how we can put up a charge sheet around the conversation we are having. But I don't know the emotional state that actually forced him to get into that area where he strayed into a very dangerous territory.
He opened up a can of worms.
He opened up all of us knew. We've been complaining about it. We've seen letters being issued in funerals. We'd spoken about it.
That story is as old as last year.
No, much older than that.
It's much older than that.
When Ongeri, I don't know this Ongeri, who is that guy?
He was called the guy that
Migos replaced. What was his name?
I forget, but carry on.
So he goes in and says, so of course you know the story.
Yes.
But now this is where it comes in. Now looking at governance. If we lived in a country of self-respect, if we lived in a country where people adhere to the rule of law, today, the president should have been impeached. Because the first constitutional breach is interfering with the work of an independent commission, which is TSC. As in, before, how do letters from TSC find themselves on the president's desk
in State House
for him to further distribute
to members of parliament? Who then in their own wisdom realize that this letter is actually more valuable to me than just giving it to my constituents. Yes. I am going to sell it.
So I will sell it for 400,000 shillings per letter. So if you have got 10, that is 4 million shillings. So that is the first thing. The second thing is actually the leadership and integrity laws, and of course the anti-corruption laws and whatever, that people are using public office for self-gain. So already you have got two grounds upon which, number one, you can impeach the president, number two, you can recall members of parliament, and number three,
it was called Dr. Ezekiel Mashogu.
Yeah. So, and number three, there's now the moral indictment, where a teacher somewhere who's gone to school, studied and graduated, his life is actually cannot be a gift from member of parliament. It cannot be. As in, let's just say, even if you get the letter because it's a member of parliament who's given you. First of all, you have been illegally hired. If we stuck to the constitution, so if we were to do an audit, all those letters, all the people who've been given letters by their members of parliament, that is not the work of the member of parliament.
It's the work of the Teacher Service Commission.
So, and then there's also the other bit. Everybody who has been at the Teacher Service Commission since this administration, or rather at the very top, from the CEO to the commissioners, all of them need to go home. That's the truth.
Tukifuata
sheria. Now, that is governance. So what we are doing here is a lot of abracadabra and witchcraft. That somehow the president shows up with the letters and people are given and then we clap. That is not the country we gave to ourselves. That chaotic way of doing things is not what we aspired for as a people. So they are you will say people are being employed, but they are being employed the wrong way. When you do not go to the recruitment center that KDF has put in a place, when you do not run, when you do not pass the medicals and everything else, ukichukua G3 ukiweka hapa kwa shoulder, ukishutu unaanguka chini. That is why we actually have seen for the first time recruits dying in training, as much as it's expected, because once you get there, those guys will tell you, I don't know who brought you here and how you got here.
Lakini
my business is that you have to come out as a
weapon.
As a weapon that a country can use. That's the truth.
Yes.
So then you realize some of these kids did not go through the standard recruitment. They didn't fit. So you end up having problems. I can actually tell you that there have been instances where recruits ran away. But then there is a level when you get to, after you have gone to a number of things that, even if you ran away, we will go for you and bring you back. So
because that is treason.
Not really treason. As in now we've taught you how to kill people and then you are going to Rome and say you don't want to work. How?
No, you stay here.
You stay here. Once you recruit.
But there's something they call when you go AWOL. It's called. Is it
It is called going AWOL, but remember,
if you go MIA,
yes, missing.
No. Kuna ile ingine unatoroka vita. There's a name they give it, and it's actually
that's dissertation.
Dissertation. Yes, thank you.
You deserted.
Yes, thank you for that word.
But Paul,
you're court-martialed for it.
No, we're talking
about people in training running away after they are 100. Then you realize that
this guy knows too much.
No. This, first of all, you think this is not working for you.
Yeah.
And then
you want to change your mind.
But given what they've trained you in, they tell you, Apana,
bro,
come back. You will stay.
The original hair movers is the military.
Yeah.
So hakuna kuchange mind.
tushafika
So first week, second week, probably third week, people most time you can
leave.
You can leave.
Okay.
But after that they become hair movers. Kuna kuchange mind. Ukikuja
boss ni hivyo
unabaki.
Wewe ushakuwa soja sasa
hapa kuna kuchange mind.
Well, it's like with the seminary. There's a point at which when you're being trained, you can say, Mimi,
guys, I'm done.
Sioni kama ikitu na mimi. At a certain point, bro, you're going to continue. Yes.
You become a priest.
You're going to continue. The thing is, they don't want to force you, but they also realize that there are times people have doubts. So they allow you to have that period of doubt, and then they steer you back and tell you. But there's an earlier part when they realize this person probably knows they won't fit
the discovery journey. Once the discovery window is over,
apana. Sasa we too, as they say, kangumu. But Paul, bear one thing in mind.
Yes.
People assume that it is politicians who run the country because they have given us the impression that they do. They don't. In the absence of the public service,
these guys can't do anything.
No, they can't.
Number one, they're incompetent to run state. They can't administer state. These guys, if you left politicians to run state, you will have chaos all over. You will have chaos all over. So politicians don't run government, but you should find them queuing outside directors' offices, seeking for roads, sometimes even waiting for allowance. Usiona wanapiga kifua huku nje. Those guys are so desperate and very humble in government offices because there are people who know how to administer state properly. Utapata wanangoja allowance. Sometimes calling repeatedly and talking to the people in accounts.
It's in government offices where things actually move.
Yeah. Okay, yes. Interesting. So when this whole issue of Goonism that we are seeing then, is it a failure of governance? Because someone should be taking care of our security, someone should be taking care of our intelligence to know, like what we witnessed in Homa Bay. Someone should be in charge of even just being ahead of things, on top of things, mitigating and preventing.
I don't know why it is that Homa Bay has become the reference point, but I guess I understand
it is the most recent.
It is the most recent, but it is not by any stretch of imagination the best example that you could give if you look at our history.
In recent history, because a lot of these guys don't do history.
And that is why we must allow them to actually get to know history. Because if they only stick with Homa Bay, they're talking about an incident. Goonism morphs into organized groupings, and then now you have what you call organized gangs. And what they do then becomes organized criminal activities. And the thing about organized criminal activities, they mirror government services. They provide you with security. Yes. They provide you with water if you need it. Illegal connections. They provide you electricity if you need it. They will even find you a job if you need it.
Even financial services.
They will provide you with all of those things, which means they are a government. Now, that is what happens when they become organized. And it isn't possible if the government isn't doing what it's supposed to do, because if it is, then those services will not be needed by the people who then accept the services from these illegal entities.
But you see, Goons as it were have got their origin in state, by the way, and I normally say it's in traditionally, let's not talk about gangs. Gangs now is something else altogether. But Goons as they were, a lot of times actually sprout from an old security strategy where you outsource a little bit of unpleasant tasks so that then you have got plausible deniability.
Yes.
So here we're talking about informalizing coercive power. And it crept back very fast. So the informalization of coercive power, you look at government being the only person constitutionally given to actually have the monopoly of violence. I call it the people's violence. That individually I can administer violence to keep myself peace. But then because we are a community, if you are to do your own and he does his own, then we end up having chaos. So what happens?
Actually, we end up having anarchy.
Yeah, so it's anarchy. So then we have given to a group that we give legitimacy. We have given them this right to actually have to bear arms on our behalf, to hold collective violence on behalf of the rest of us. I still insist that monopoly of violence is the people's violence. That as individuals, we can actually administer it, whether we are into self-preservation, whether it's into protection and whatever. But then it cannot work when everybody dispenses it individually. So we put it together and give it to our people to administer it. So sometimes security has actually been for reasons, because the administration of state is so complex. You cannot reduce the administration of state into slogans, into manifestos. That is far from running a country. The people that really sit at how you run a country see much more things than what a politician will say. It's so delicate, so difficult that a lot of the people today in office are not ready to run state.
Okay.
So today, let's talk about our situation. And I want to insist that Kenya does not have a goon problem. What we have is a goon government. We really need to be so clear that we do not have
a goon
problem as a country. What we have is a government of goons, from the top to the very bottom, or rather from the bottom to the top. And it's not just goons, the political goons as you're saying. Look at the administrative goons. Look at the governance, the chaos in how they are running government. Look at State House today. A man built a whole new State House without ever doing any proper, the way we want. Remember,
it's called public participation.
No public participation, no proper tendering. He built a whole new thing according to his own likeness. Who told him that he has to build State House the way he likes it? Who told him to do that?
Okay.
It is our State House, not his own. So he doesn't build it to his liking. He can actually build it. It can actually be so good, but we will refuse because that is not what we want as a people. So that is goonish. That is goonism, or rather goonship, whatever you look at it. So even the way he is running state, and a lot of times people have said that goons are actually unlearned people. They are not. The proper and thorough goons that we have hold a university degree sometimes too. They are educated people. They are college going. Because if you actually want to get where goons are proper, it's actually in college. A lot of the nursery of goons.
So that's where they're manufactured.
The nursery where goons are actually manufactured is actually at the university. It's actually in college. So it's not just what you see on the streets, what you see elsewhere is a manifestation of what is happening in boardrooms. Is a manifestation of what is happening on the table of the administration of state. The way William Ruto runs this country, he runs it as a goon. He has got a small clique of militia and his own goon people who put on suits, speak proper English, speak in policy language. People whose only business is to convert policy into profit. Any policy you see, its intended end is actually how to cash it out. That is goonism. I don't know what you actually want to call it. And of course, there is what is happening here today. From 2024, and I need to actually say this, that when people do, and City has spoken about the consequences, the long-term consequences of some policy decisions that we take. We walked into 2024 deliberately from 2015, from 2013, actually from 2015 onwards, and 2016. The years that ensured that 2024 was going to happen as it were 2 years. 2015, when the government refused to do the National Youth Council elections.
Okay.
And 2016, when we passed the Duale Bill.
The university bill.
Yes. That is how we ensured that 2024 became inevitable. Today, children in primary school elect their own prefect.
Yes.
They queue. Children actually queue. You've seen what Tenre are doing. You see what other schools are doing. But that's the practice. That children in primary school can elect their leader. Then, teenagers in high school can elect their prefects. They do. across high schools.
I remember in Nairobi school you did it.
You had to mention Nairobi school.
But it's because I was in Nairobi school.
By the way, with every opportunity, it's like in between breaths.
Yes.
Nairobi school will come out.
So he has to actually, these guys.
Nyinyi mkitaka kumention Chamahoho, go ahead.
Yani huku tuambia tusiende Nairobi school.
Si shida yenu bana.
Huku tuambia. So we are sorry.
So in Patch we actually elected
across the country today, teenagers elect their prefects in high school. Then somehow somebody who has turned 18, he has got an ID, he can elect the president, he can elect member of parliament.
Yes.
They go to jail for the decisions they actually make. But you don't trust them to elect their own leader in college. So we come up with that delegate system that we have. That is the last time, if I asked you, do you know who's the student leader for you, the University of Nairobi is?
Yes, he's actually
we happen to know him because we've interviewed him.
Because you guys are here.
Yes.
Ordinarily, if you ask any other person, no.
They would not
The
know.
last university student leader that you know is Babu Wino.
Yes.
And no one else. Do you know who the student leader for... the University of Kenyatta is...
Kenyatta University.
For purposes of being...
I was there.
Okay. Yeah. You people who went to universities that are named after dead people. So
City was there as well.
So he's from the University of Kenyatta.
Kenyatta University.
No, I am trying to keep in with
No, let's get this correct.
Kwani Arnold ulienda wapi huko?
Kenyatta was a constituent college of the University of Nairobi.
It was a college of education.
Yes, when I went there, it had not become a fully fledged university.
Still, in line with the University of Nairobi.
Yes.
So we will say the University of Kenyatta for purposes of being equal. So, but then let's
not to be confused with JKUAT.
So that's what I'm saying. Let's call it the University of Kenyatta for purposes of
this conversation.
Sisi wote tukue pamoja so that we flow together. So now people go to college and now we cannot trust them to elect their own leaders. So what has happened is that now those people that have got money, they buy out all the delegates and end up people who are so incompetent. Now, the same thing happened. So, like I've told you, in 2015, the government decides it cannot do the National Youth Council elections, the follow-up elections. 2016, the Duale Bill comes into place. 2024 became inevitable. All those kids you saw in the streets in 2024 are people who did not have time and proper space to be initiated into politics in civic space properly in college as they were. An opportunity opened up, a window opened up in 2024 by way of policy and whatever they did. So 2024 became inevitable by the decisions, the policy decisions taken in 2015 and 2016. When you walk back, as a policy person, I can tell you, when you walk back now, that's why they'll tell you they were leaderless. Once you have elected somebody, you have got somewhere to actually park your complaints.
To take your grievances.
Somebody else to blame. There's a fall guy. We elected you as our class rep. Why is this not happening? So there's a lot of time. When Wanjui was actually at JKUAT, I think he decided that there was no need to have a universal students council. So he told guys, okay, you guys at the School of Business, you can elect your own president, and you guys in the School of Engineering, elect your guy. The guys, everybody. So people, guys in the art section, whatever, do whatever you want to do. So when the guys from the School of Business show up and say, the students are not happy about this, no, Wanjui will tell them, okay. But the guys from the School of Engineering were here and they told me they are so happy about how school. So you go and sort. When you leave that place, unaenda kudeal na ule mwingine. You divide and rule.
It was perfect.
Yeah. So they go to deal with each other. How do you guys say that accommodation is proper? How do you say that the food we're eating is proper? Security is proper? The other guys will ask you, who told you that we said that?
They didn't have one unified voice.
Yes. He actually dismantled it at some point. Because he wanted to rule it, and you know that Wanjui was actually a very clever man.
Yes, he was.
Yeah. So what happens is that now people are coming out of college who have never really been part and parcel of student leadership, because what we have there in vifaranga vya computer today, what you have in colleges today is what in 2013 Baba would call vifaranga vya computer. As in, you don't know how those guys happen to get into leadership because they have got money and people get in, and It's
Arnold, let me ask this question. This watershed moment of 2015.
Yes.
Why was that youth council election not had?
When we ran for the National Youth Council first in 2011,
yes,
the National Intelligence was very uncomfortable. At least that is what the people in the ministry said.
What were they uncomfortable about?
They were very uncomfortable. First of all, let's start with this. The National Youth Council policy, or rather act, no, let's start with the bill. The bill goes to Parliament for the first time in 2004. Some of us were just coming out of teenage. In 2004, it wasn't of a priority because people did not want to have the young people organizing themselves. So it lies on the shelves from 2004 up to 2007. During the post-election violence, yes, during the post-election violence, Agenda 4 of the National Accord, everything under Agenda 4 was mandatory. And one of the issues under Agenda 4 was the issue of youth voice, youth representation, and young people feeling, because today Gen Zs will actually be very vocal about 2024 having been a watershed moment for them, but that was their initiation. We millennials had our moment in 2008, 2007. And I know there is no bragging rights, but no one has sustained a fight for the long time without planning. 30 days plus? Almost 30 days, right?
It rarely goes beyond. It doesn't go beyond that.
Consistently every day from 27th in the afternoon when the first fighting started in Mumias. The Waki report, the first fighting, the first shot opens up in Mumias. The rest of the country joined them, I think, on 30th. And that war would go on through to January. And the whole country lost 1,300. At least that is what is accounted for. It could be much more. You know how 2007, 2008 changed this country completely. Who are the people that were doing that? It was the millennials. How old were they? They had just come out of teenage. They were just starting their lives. So 2007, 2008 is 2024 for the millennials. Now, after the National Youth Council came into place, the government started dragging its feet, or rather, because it was an Agenda 4 item, Agenda 4, I think, was number 8 again, 4-8. So the National Youth Council, there was the need of having a unified and legit platform for young people to engage, to have a voice, to be engaged, to have a youth focus. Because what happened is that as a country, we were running the youth sector the way Wanjui was running JKUAT in the days of old, where you will have the youth sector actors like the youth serving organizations, NGOs. Then you are going to have community, or rather the CBOs, those groups and everything. So if you go to the minister, they say, but the guys from NGOs have been here and they think you guys are doing well. And if the NGOs complain, they say, but the young people themselves, when we go to them, they are very good. You guys are just commercial activists. You are here for that. So we needed something that is legit so that you have got the voice of the youth. So it was passed. Everything under Agenda 4, every law and policy that was under Agenda 4 under the National Accord was mandatory to be passed. That's how the National Youth Council
was formed.
Was actually, no, the act was passed.
The act was actually passed in Parliament.
Yes. It had been there from 2004.
Yes, but as a bill.
Yes, as a bill. So once it comes into place, we start doing elections, and then the guys in government realize there is a problem. So government did not allocate money in 2011 for the National Youth Council elections. What happened is that UNICEF set aside money. I think you guys had Stella Gara here. I don't know whether she was here or somewhere.
Some other place. She has not come here.
Yeah, so Stella Gara, then, of course, with the team of young people then. And I always remember in 2010, when some of us were so young and we were called and told, we need to have the youth in the act, in the constitution. We didn't know. So we just showed up and caused a lot of problems at Hilton. That's how we got Article 55, getting there. You are just young and you have had a crash program. This is what you get if you have got youth recognized in the constitution. This is how it should be defined and everything else. We went there and told them we want a National Youth Commission. These kids who've just come from teenage and they are very
First of all, you're very energetic.
Yeah, so we go there. You need to find time and talk to Ekuro Court how they actually found us very unpleasant that day. You brought these kids rowdy and they are not speaking in the language that the rest of Kina City and the others, structured language, they are putting it out. We just say, we want a youth commission, we want to be recognized in everything. We were asking for it. Tunataka immediately. Tunataka iwekwe hapo. But somehow we were able to extract Article 55.
Okay.
The people that ended up that day in at Hilton. I don't think the oldest, I think, was about 26.
Okay.
26, 27. The rest were kids, just 18, 19, 20. People who've just come out of high school, people are still in college, and we do not have so much bandwidth on what policy, what governance is, and everything else. What we just wanted is that a new constitution was being made, and we were supposed to be there. So, government starts dragging its feet once the act is passed. You realize that is number 10 of 209. So in 2010, there is no election. In 2011, they keep on saying they don't have a budget. In 2011, Stella Gara and the others now have gotten creative. So they approach UNICEF. UNICEF gives 16 million. The elections we did in 2011
yes,
through to 2012 cost only 16 million shillings. IEBC then really was very impressed. They wanted to ask the people in the ministry, how did you achieve?
Was it ECK?
No, ECK there was an interim.
That time ECK ilikuwa maliza.
Okay. Yeah, it was now an interim one.
IEBC. It was interim independent electoral commission.
Yes. So they were very, very surprised that you guys were able to do this with 16 million shillings nationally. So what happens is that young people really wanted the National Youth Council. So there was a lot of volunteering. The only thing the ministry did was to actually buy voter registers, to print voter registers, to buy those, we were doing them in plastic buckets, and pay government officials their allowances for the elections. The rest, young people volunteered. And shortly, about 6 million young people registered as voters. For that particular election, you registered separately. It shocked everybody.
Arnold, let's take a break. We do the news. When we return, of course, the conversation will continue. Folks, don't go too far. We'll be right back.
Radio generation, the sound is fine. Pump it up, turn it high all the time. Let the music move you, let's sway. Radio G's got your jam all day.
Radio Generation, the home of urban soul. This is the Radio Generation News.
Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga. More than 1.5 million Kenyans are at risk of flooding during October to December rainfall season. The National Disaster Operations Center says another 450,000 people could be displaced by mudslides. The center has placed 12 counties and regions on high alert, covering parts of northern Kenya, the coast, central, Rift Valley, and western regions. Here is the NODC Director, David Samwe.
We are dealing with a figure of 1.5 million who will be affected and 500,000 who are likely to be displaced. About 3 counties will be affected by landslides. That's Murang'a, Elgeyo Marakwet, and also Kiambu. We have also planned for search and rescue. That is in areas where people would drown.
A Nairobi court has granted senior principal magistrate attached to Kangema Law Courts an 800,000 Kenya shillings bond after he was charged with alleged receiving a bribe. Martin Kinyua was arraigned before the Anti-Corruption Magistrate Court alongside a senior probation officer based at Kangema. He denied the charges. The court also granted him an alternative cash bail of 400,000 Kenya shillings and directed him not to interfere with the witnesses. The case will be mentioned on September 7th for further directions. 3 members of the same family in Mkuru kwa Ruben, Embakasi South, have died within a span of 1 month, leaving relatives in mourning. The first victim was a man who died in a motorcycle accident while transporting illicit brew. His mother reportedly died from shock after learning of her son's death. A month later, the family lost another son who was also transporting 120 liters of illicit brew on a motorbike.
Ni takribani mwezi mmoja ambapo ndugu yake sasa mdogo pia alipata ajali akafa, na wakati ujumbe ulitumwa nyumbani ya kwamba huyo ndugu yake alikuwa anaitwa Peter amepata ajali amekufa, mama yake kupata hiyo habari na yeye akashtuka akakufa. Sasa pia ndugu yetu mwingine ndio amekufa.
Na bado mali bradangu alipatia extend hiyo mdogo na huyo tesemu alipatia extend hapo.
Tukaingilia hapo RDC ndio tutokea hapa sasa tukuja Enterprise Road ndio tuingie kumtaa Ruben. Hapo sasa ndio tulipata accident. Mimi mwenyewe nikatupa fahamu, nilipata nikiwa huduma huko chini.
The United States has removed Syria from its list of state sponsors of terrorism, ending 47 years of its designation. U.S. Secretary of State Marco Rubio said the decision followed what he described as positive steps by the Syrian government to distance itself from international terrorism. The move is expected to remove major barrier to public investment and help Syria reintegrate into global economy. The Trump administration has also embraced Syria's new president, Ahmed al-Sharaa, a former militant who was once wanted by the U.S. And that's the truth on Radio Generation. Good morning. I'm Winnie Maganga.
Sports on Radio Generation.
Good morning, I'm Samuel Otieno. Arsenal are in advanced talks with Saudi Arabian club Al Hilal over the sale of Brazilian forward Gabriel Martinelli for at least £50 million. The 25-year-old has been allowed to leave Arsenal this summer, with manager Mikel Arteta reportedly not including him in his plans. Talks between the two clubs have intensified in the past 24 hours with a deal now close. Martinelli, who has already rejected a move to Galatasaray, will have the final say on whether to join the Saudi Pro League. Chelsea have started the new Premier League season with a 3-2 victory over Fulham, giving manager Xabi Alonso a winning start. Cole Palmer was at the heart of the win, scoring one goal and setting up another. Joao Pedro and Morgan Rogers also found the net for Chelsea in a lively London derby, as the Blues attacking trio impressed. Palmer, who struggled with injuries last season, looked back to his best after enjoying a full summer break. And that's your sports update on Radio Generation. Good morning, I'm Samuel Otieno.
Sports on Radio Generation. When leaders speak, can you listen?
The system or intelligence, they are very clever. You can be balanced in one way or the other without knowing they are balancing you.
And every morning they speak here on the People's Breakfast.
It cannot be that we will only be the leaders of this revolution when we come to the media stations. But then when people die, we do not say that we are the ones who sent them there.
Don't miss the People's Breakfast tomorrow morning on Radio Generation 88.8 Nairobi. The views and opinions expressed on this program are those of the guests and do not necessarily reflect the views of Radio Generation. Radio Generation assumes no responsibility or liability for the interviewee's views. This is Radio Generation. In the beginning, there was morning radio. But now there is Radio Generation's The People's Breakfast. Curious and bold, getting facts from the shadows.
That's what it is.
Now, as the city wakes and secrets stir, a bright new voice shines. The People's Breakfast. Your morning, your voice, your journey. Good morning.
Good morning, my neighbor.
Welcome to the home of hard truths and bold insights. Radio Generation.
Welcome back. It is now 8 minutes past 8 o'clock. My name is Mungala Mbuvi. I'm with the City Muga in the studio. Tuko naye Arnold Maliba pia. He's a governance expert, political analyst, and also a party leader. You know, we didn't give him that methal in the morning, did we? I don't think we did.
No, we didn't. We you see, the thing is, we were chit-chatting.
We went straight.
And then from chit-chatting, we went straight into the conversation.
Yes.
But there is no better time than now.
Tumpatie yo methali.
Yes. Our proverbs for the whole of this week comes from the only country on this continent that is still colonized by yet another country on the continent, Western Sahara.
Yeah.
The proverb.
Yes.
Courage is fear that has said its prayers.
Courage is fear
that has said its prayers.
That said
its prayers.
Yeah. First of all, courage is not natural. Courage does not exist naturally.
What do you mean?
So let him explain.
Okay.
No one is born courageous. Even under fire, if you are to talk to men who've gone to war and come back, they have got fear. They have got fear. It's how they manage it. So fear exists naturally because of self-preservation, that along evolution as a people, we know, there's what you will call intra-predation killings, for example, that animals at the apex love to avoid each other. And if they kill, there is a reason to that. Like, for example, hyena and
lion.
And a lion, when a lion finds a hyena, it kills but doesn't eat. Of course, the biological explanation being that probably meat from carnivorous animals is not very healthy. It also bears a lot of parasites and whatever. Two, the energy you use in fighting another apex predator is unnecessary expense of energy that you will put it to good use.
It's not productive.
And a lion with a broken leg, that's a death sentence because it does not eat grass.
It can't hunt. Yes.
It can't hunt. So that's where it ends. So they love to. So that fear around that is the most natural one. That I can walk away from a fight so that then I can fight tomorrow. I can live tomorrow. So fear is natural. So when the guys in Western Sahara, I think, decided that courage is fear that has said its prayers, it's basic that ni lisilobudi hutendwa. You have now to you step out when it is necessary. So out of fear, you weaponize fear. Sometimes I would say that courage is actually weaponized fear.
You know, the
Kenyans say there is no otherwise.
Yes. You see, fear is a mechanism that we have for self-survival. And it's what produces caution. Because you dare not because you don't know. But so when you dare, it means perhaps the options that you've had, you've understood they don't serve my purpose. So I need not entertain this caution anymore.
Okay.
Yes.
Thanks, Arnold.
Actually, the other bit of it is that you fear the consequences of not acting or doing something. So the fear for what will happen if you don't act is more than the fear of the doing itself.
Okay.
Yeah.
Umekuwa philosopher.
Tuko na city hapa.
The of not doing becomes the doing because you have done not after the done.
To be or not to be.
Well, you're doing well.
Yeah.
You're doing well.
The doer has not done, therefore they don't because they do not. Yeah, you see what I did there?
That's deductive logic.
Bas.
And in philosophy, the process you followed is actually very plausible. Tuendelee.
Nakuanga hivyo. Watu wa patch take you.
The people who were schooled by Wayaki. Wayaki way boys.
Prince of Wales.
You guys and those guys who are the school near the Gold Forest.
The Goto
Forest. Mnasumbua sana.
Wait, Arnold, after this, no,
I went to the Government African School, Kakamega. We are Kenya's champion for football this year. We are Kenya's best school when it comes to
Kakamega
football.
High School.
Rugby.
We never care about going beyond number 90 nationally.
Okay.
We don't drop out of 100. We don't go beyond number 84, 86.
Yes.
We are a balanced school.
Okay.
It's produced a number of guys, including a vice president, Mudi Awori, for example, Boni Khalwale.
We also produced Vice President Musalia Mudavadi. But yes, continue.
Okay, for 3 months. For 3 months. So,
gentlemen, when the chest thumping is over,
we can get back to the conversation.
But meanwhile, please don't let me interfere with the chest thumping. No. Please continue, gentlemen.
Life in hard.
So, but anyway, even Balala, a lot of you do not know that Balala, the former CS Balala, Najib Balala, is actually a Kakamega High School student.
Okay. What about the former Justice of the Supreme Court?
Yeah, Chesoni.
Ibrahim Mohammed.
Ibrahim Mohammed, actually. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Next
time it's actually a glut.
Yeah.
We are a glut across all sectors. The most versatile Kenyans come from the Government African School, Kakamega.
Okay.
GASC. But you can also say Kakamega School.
Sawa.
That is not
sababu mimi ni host wacha nikuwe polite.
No, you know when you went to school on Waiyaki Highway, how do you go to school on Waiyaki?
You know, as you were saying on this governance issue,
Waiyaki Way, of all the places.
There's something you mentioned earlier on.
Yes.
And it's the government that you said, if I remember well, you said, the government is just using goonism and, it's full of goons.
No, we do not have a goons problem as a country. What we have is a government of goons or a goon government.
Could it be possible, or is it possible, that perhaps the people that we have entrusted with the leadership of that government, all the way from the president to the CSS, that, and let me just speak let me speak of the president. Is it perhaps the president doesn't have, ako in a prison of sorts, whereby hana option because sasa alishapatia watu kazi na maybe hakuna wengine wanaweza fanya hiyo kazi, ama hajui wengine wenye anaweza weka hapo, or kuna blackmail. I'm just trying to think.
A shortage of manpower in this country.
First of all,
I'm just thinking because ninaweza kuwa nimekupatia kadil sasa na siwezi kakutoa hapo because nikikutoa hapo hivyo nitakuwa nimejiingiza kwa noma as well.
First of all, Mbuvi, let me tell you this.
Yes.
William Ruto is powerful. He's extremely powerful that whatever William Ruto wants, William Ruto gets.
The presidency is powerful.
No, I'm talking about William Ruto.
Okay.
The institution is another thing altogether.
All right.
The president.
The institution isn't that powerful.
Yeah.
No, that was the whole purpose of the 2010 constitution. The entire process of devolution was to actually devolve power.
When it comes to bad manners, it's not the office that makes that actually makes the bad manners.
It is the individual.
It is the man. So, from where I sit today, I will begin from this particular point. And this cuts not just in Kenya, it cuts across. It's characteristic of all weak governments and administrations to employ and outsource unpleasant tasks. And the informalization of coercive power comes in where weak administrations then employ that so that then, have you realized that somehow on every bad day, like when Linda Mwananchi was to be beaten properly in Homa Bay, and by the way, let's just say the truth, those guys beat us properly.
The goons.
They beat us. Have you realized that William Ruto has actually reserved the most vicious violence for Linda Mwananchi? That's why I told you, msisumbue Kalonzo, msisumbue Matiang'i, msisumbue watu wengine wote. Those guys are already...
Rigiji was shot at in a church in Witima.
So there is a way anachapa Rigiji, na hata Rigiji mwenyewe aliseme hajaipigwa vita kama ile yenye sisi tulichapwa huko Homa Bay.
Okay.
I'll give you, we have forgotten. Look at how the state dealt with Linda Mwananchi in Kakamega. It was bad. Look at how the state dealt with Linda Mwananchi in Kitengela. Look at how the state dealt with Linda Mwananchi in Homa Bay. This administration has set aside the most vicious violence for Linda Mwananchi.
Okay.
That tells you one thing, because it's Linda Mwananchi that has got room for growth. If it's about expansion, it's only Linda Mwananchi that can grow. Like I told you earlier on, watu wengine mnawasukuma wafanye kazi, they've already reached their optimum. Matiang'i cannot do beyond where he is today. Maraga can't go beyond where he is today. Kalonzo has already hit his ceiling. In fact, he's doing so well. He's been at that particular level for a very long time. The only room for growth that is left is for Linda Mwananchi. That's the only... earlier on last year, every time you will say that the people are angry and they do not want this regime and they will vote out William Ruto, the question from the people in the administration was always, but who? The question was always who?
Nani anaweza
toa William Ruto? Today, they cannot ask you that question with the same bravado they were asking last year, because that question has already substantively been answered in the presence of Linda Mwananchi.
Okay.
Within Linda Mwananchi. And by the way, it's not just about Sifuna. If anything happened today and there is no Sifuna today, Linda Mwananchi is a full magazine that if you dispense one bullet, there is a ready and available round that gets into the chamber. It's so much that we even don't know what to do with that particular team. There is potential exponentially within Linda Mwananchi. So it's not just about Sisi Sifuna. It's much more than that. Every person in that particular team, from veterans, from like Jimmy, for example, they are there. So going back to Goons here, the regime is weak.
You're telling me the president is a very powerful person.
As an individual, whatever William Ruto wants, he gets. He's bought the entire parliament. He gives them 10 letters. This is the speaker, who is the prefect for Parliament. He's actually telling us. That is the chairperson of the Parliamentary Service Commission, by the way. He has told us. And when the crocodile comes out of water one morning and he tells you that the alligator is dead, you can't argue with the crocodile. You don't live in water. So here, we are being told, and by the way, Tangula's local nickname is called Ikwenayo Mulusiwa, as in the crocodile that lives in the swamp. Yeah, so the crocodile himself has come out of the swamp that is Parliament.
I couldn't think of a better habitat for the crocodile.
Well,
okay, but go on.
From where we come from,
swamp is not bad.
From our place, there are crocodiles from the swamp. From our place, there are a few rivers, other than Nzoia, of course, the Suo, and then of course swamps. So don't worry about that. So here, the crocodile has come from the swamp, and he's told us that all the other creatures that live around there have been taking letters and selling. So how do we argue? That's why I say the president as an individual, he's bought Parliament. Those people risked their own careers to support the president's finance bill. That's just how powerful William Ruto is.
But Arnold, do you really think at the time they were doing it, they actually thought they were risking their careers?
Yes, they knew, because the public sentiment was so clear. Unlike in the days of old, where I would say we did not, it was only KBC, and therefore hao watu wachache wenye walipiga simu labda hawako wanajulikana. Those guys are literate, they have got technology. Everywhere people were complaining, and people were in the streets in their numbers, record numbers, before they voted.
Why I ask the question, Arnold, is because if you consider the scenario that you present, which is an actual and real scenario, and yet there were utterances coming from members of Parliament that was actually adding fuel to this particular fire.
Yeah.
Okay? That doesn't strike me as people who are acutely alive and aware.
Because the president had actually made them believe that they didn't need the people. It takes some level of power to brainwash fellow leaders to a point where they look down upon their own employers.
You see, it brings me to this question, Arnold. It's a question we ask here often.
Yeah.
If someone is elected by the people of his constituency, wherever that is, and he is educated, he has an understanding of what he's supposed to do, the narrative that the president bribed them may hold water, but for a bribe to be effected, I have to accept it. Was a gun held to their head to accept these bribes, if indeed they were bribes?
You know, power is not necessarily, it doesn't have to be coercive. It could be coercive, it could be incentivized.
It could be seductive.
Yeah. So, when we say that he has got power, he truly has got power. Number one, to seduce the people who have fought their way to Parliament to actually forget and risk their careers. He's done that so repeatedly that so the question, Mbuvi, you asked about whether the president is helpless or not. I'm just telling you the president is powerful enough.
Okay.
But all weak regimes weaponize violence for them to stay around, to hold power, in self-preservation. This administration is overplaying that particular card. The informalization of coercive power. I told you it started in 2024 during the Gen Z. At that particular point, honestly, from a policy thinking and from a statecraft thinking, I would actually tell you that it was a defendable position to say we have been overrun. When you have got 100,000 people in town, they don't want to listen to you. You know, at the end of the day, we have got a state to preserve.
Yes.
We have got a country to keep. We have got a republic to leave to those who come after us. So you will say that as a man on duty, what would I have done? I am the IG. What do I do? I am the DG at NIS. What do I do? So you come up with all tricks, number one, to stabilize, and then now invite people to have a conversation. You remember even when the president invited people for a conversation?
Yes.
They had messed up so much that no one wanted to listen to him. He went, I think there has never been another president who's gone to social media to try listen to people, and he was insulted throughout because it was past that day. It's just the same way with Ndindi Nyoro today. So Ndindi Nyoro is a very good seed, but then it was planted after the first rains. So it doesn't matter whatever happens.
Yeah, it won't
Even
grow.
if it germinates, it will not produce fruit. So by the time the president was reacting to the young people in 2024, it was after fact. Everything had gone south. Lives lost. Everything, the bill has been pushed through. And then now you want to listen to us. For what reason? So this goonship that they're employing, and now they've actually normalized it. I'm saying this, that we have got goons because the government wants, and this government is a government of goons. Yes.
Okay.
If they did not want it Mbuvi today,
yes,
it will cease immediately. The same way they said the president went to Homa Bay someday and said we will stop abductions. Didn't abductions stop immediately? So who was doing the abduction? The abductors were state actors. It was the government abducting its own people. That's why the man at the top, once the man at the top said, we will stop that, no one was abducted after that. So, this goon ship is actually... Where do you get the audacity as a normal goon to go to All Saints?
And start
of all people. Places, All Saints. You go to All Saints. And you actually,
DCI iko tu hapo juu. Not DCI. Actually DCI iko hapo, Integrity Center iko hapo.
Hata kama goon umeenda kutafuta nini kanisa? You know, when we talk about gangs,
unless you've gone for absolution.
Yes. You have gone to actually practice, let me call it, the practice of goonship or goonmanship in church on a weekday in the CBD. Movie.
It defies logic, doesn't it?
It doesn't make sense because it's only happening.
Even goons have a sense of preservation.
Yeah.
And you see,
yes,
that particular sector, it serves a purpose. It serves a need. What are they doing in church? Who benefits? Cui bono? Who benefits out of that? And that's why I'm telling you, Kenya does not have a goons problem. And I'll repeat that. Kenya has got a goon government. Or a government of goons who have they don't know any other way of solving problems. Whenever they face a challenge, they send you goons. If you have to send goons to preachers, and those goons are actually accompanied by police, Mbuvi, you cannot escape this town, especially walking on foot na boda boda. And you have come from Lakisama, Babadogo, in Dandora. You come to the CBD, go to west, or rather south of Wayakiwe. You can cause those problems where we grew up in Huruma, Juja Road.
Yes.
Ukikuja sana unaweza kufika hapo Kariako. Ama ufike Nyamakima.
But if you cross the Nairobi River.
But once you've crossed Nairobi River,
yes,
ufike Tomboya. Uingie side nyingine ya Moi Avenue. Father, uruke Parliament ukuje Uhuru Highway.
Yeah.
The divide between the great divide, Nairobi's great divide between south and north. And go, of all places, less than 3 kilometers from State House and do all that and get away with it. No, it's the state. The problem with the people in that office is that they have played these games until they believe their own lies.
And but those goons went and came back.
Yes, they went up and then realized they had not achieved, which means somebody told them the objective had not been met. They were not even bold enough. Those kids did not feel like this is the right thing to do. So they came in, then left. Then somebody told them, you have not harassed those people the way we want. We want it on camera. Ensure that you harass them. They do it, then go home. Then pesa inatumwa huko, wanatumiwa pesa nyumbani. So those are whoever was giving them that job is a repeat customer. By the time you can actually tell a goon that you come to town, nitawatumia pesa. That level of trust.
Trust, yes.
It is a contractual one. It's been around for some time. As in, it's
mnajuana.
biashara. You are so sure at a later.
Arnold, let me ask this question.
Yeah.
But to what end, really?
Yeah.
Because, okay, you've caused the fear, you've caused the despondency. In some instances, harm has been perpetrated. To what end?
No, let me tell you this. To answer your question, I will answer it from this particular point. Number one, there is no formula. William Ruto has looked around and he's realized, even himself, and if you are a rational human being, you will know that there is no formula that can make William Ruto president in 2027. Whether you use probability, whether you use algebra, whether you use calculus, whether you use plain arithmetic, there is no formula for making William Ruto a president. And fear is a powerful weapon. Fear is powerful.
Fear of what?
Fear as a concept, first of all. Fear as a concept. This Western Sahara proverb that we just talked about here says that courage is fear that has said its prayers. Fear is very powerful. So you want to plant fear amongst the populace, amongst the critical voices, and once people keep quiet, it is easier for you then to suppress them with your narratives. So if you don't like it, so normally you get hold of one person. The principle of one man suffering for many, and it's best exemplified by God himself, that one man died on the cross so that then the rest of us do not have to face our own crosses individually. So you get one individual, give a lot of pain, and then now use that as a way of dispensing fear that cuts across. So when these guys are unable to actually, they want to do shortcut around it. That is why today Mushiri is still the government, the police spokesperson. When he wrote a statement and told you that Albert Ojwang had hit his head on the wall, in countries kwa nchi za watu wazima, that man should not be the spokesperson of the police today. Everybody on duty on that day, anybody, including a man who could not even fact check, and they only changed their position after we, the people, told them that, as in, we carry heads on our shoulders. What is on our shoulders is not decoration. So, and it had to take pressure for them to recall that statement. There was not even administrative action where we say today, as the police spokesperson and the head of the Directorate of Communication, Strategic Communication at the police, you step aside for having actually allowed something like that. Because the country literally burned out of that. And they love to twist those things. They play around that. So, we've gone on and on and on and on to a place where now this government only has got one tool, the coercive power. So if they are not using the police, now they can no longer abduct people the way they were doing. It's getting out of place. It's all over the place. Now, can we now set the people against each other so that they have got time to probably get a breather, buy themselves time? The goons problems we have today, you are bringing violence to solve political ends. This is state-sponsored violence for as an answer to political problems. So you have got, let me tell you, like in Homa Bay, Linda Mwananchi did a notification to the police weeks in advance. Ordinarily, you only need 3 days. That's the Public Acts, the Public Order Act. Just 3 days, minimum of 3 days. Linda Mwananchi did a notification to the police weeks in advance. The local leadership in Homa Bay sent threats. They organized. They did everything and told those guys should not come here. They were around posturing and preparing.
Yes.
The government did nothing. On the material day, Linda Mwananchi, people tried to get to Homa Bay and all the roads are closed. By who? The goons organized by the local leaders. You and I, everybody, including the people who are watching us and listening to us, know that they know who actually organized. You don't need to be a goon specialist to know who organized the violence. They say they have been unrepentant. The goons have been on camera saying what they did. But immediately after the attack, do you know what happens? The first thing the government did is to instruct the police, even though a police officer had died by a stone that struck him while he was driving and he lost control. For this government, even the police officers are fair game so long as it gets them their political end. It does not matter whether you are fighting on their side. This government is willing to sacrifice you. A police officer is dead. And the first thing DCI did? They went in for the security and bodyguards of the Linda Mwananchi people. You, Mbuvi, are the victim.
Yes.
I am the one who has attacked you. City has protected you. But immediately the police come in, they arrest City. And they worked so hard to minimize the impact of the ferocity of the attack. They worked so hard to minimize it. And I can tell you, it was a bad one. Vehicles are all over. You ask members of parliament, you have got a bill on a single car of 1.8 million shillings to actually repair a vehicle. Vehicles were banned. There are people who are still sick, like that Trans Nzoia women rep. I think her name is Agneta. She was treated partly. She's then relapsed again. People died. But somehow the regime is trying to make it so normal. And that is why the other day I actually raised the issue, because you can see the signature. Ahead of Linda Mwananchi going into Homa Bay, there were a lot of these empowerment meetings. On the sidelines of those meetings is where they plan the goons. The same thing is happening in Meru and Mount Kenya East. The deputy president, no less, has actually been doing a thunder run of empowerment meetings across Mount Kenya East.
Yes.
And if that is how they actually are doing things, then you would expect some level of violence in Meru's Linda Mwananchi meeting.
Okay.
Because they normally use those empowerment meetings to organize and rile the base and ensure that people are so angry, and then on the sidelines they give vijana kazi. So we know that thing and we have called them out.
Yeah.
We are not going to wait for the fire for us to call out the matchbox. We can see the matchbox. We will not wait for the smoke for us to call out the matchbox.
Okay.
It is those empowerment. Why is it that there are only empowerment meetings, enhanced activities around empowerment meetings, when Linda Mwananchi says they are going in an area? That is their way of riling base and organizing. So, in Homa Bay, Homa Bay is actually the headquarters of William Ruto's support in Nyanza.
Because of the governor?
South Nyanza is the strongest base where William Ruto has got support in Nyanza.
Okay.
Kisumu, I can tell you, Kisumu is very much fairly a divided base now. You have got, of course, the traditional, to say Linda ground,
yes,
and Linda Mwananchi.
Okay.
It's no longer virgin. Siaya, the governor, is actually one of the generals, and he could be unpopular, as you say, but he has people.
Okay.
He has supporters. So Siaya and its proximity to Western makes it a very difficult place for you to actually come out and say Siaya is seriously in broad-based.
Yes.
So the headquarters of William Ruto's support in Nyanza
is Homa Bay.
So these guys sat down and told them that if Homa Bay falls, Migori will follow suit. That is the last standing wall. So what was happening is that these guys were defending a turf.
Okay.
So
defending.
Yes.
Defending Homa Bay.
When they say
HQ,
they consider it their turf. Political turf. So denying you access is part and parcel of quote unquote defending and protecting your turf.
Denying somebody access.
Yes, because there's let me tell you this. When you see a seasoned man like Khalwale join Linda Mwananchi and call Sifuna and go around endorsing him, like I've told you, Linda Mwananchi is not a party. It's bigger than a party. Linda Mwananchi is not a coalition. It's bigger than a coalition. Linda Mwananchi is a mega trend. Wherever they have gone, it changes things substantively. That is why a deputy party leader like Malala will leave his DCP and fight to be in a meeting. When he can organize his own, he has got his own party leader who's also equally prominent. But Malala comes into a Linda Mwananchi meeting and he has to fight on top of that. One of those things that make me laugh is that these guys are big. Malala is, of course, fairly, as an adult, he has got weight. Then Khalwale is there. So they were not fighting on top of their own vehicle. They were fighting on top of Majimbo Kalasinga's car, the MP for Kabuchai. So this is a man, you are seated inside your car and two adults are fighting on top of your car. You know how it feels. And it's quite costly, by the way, to repair those vehicles. When we come from the rallies, now you realize that literally everyone from Linda Mwananchi is now using a Kadudu, these small vehicles, because you have to repair the bigger vehicle to ensure that then you have got a vehicle that will take you to Meru. So when these guys
wanatumia kadudu sasa
ni kutumia tu kadudu until because the bills are serious, 1 million, 1.3. Some of them, there is one hata gari ilikuja inakaa kama mkate ile yenye it is unsliced, alafu mtoto amechezea, mkate mbaya, as in unsliced bread ile yenye mtoto amechezea, so
inakaa lopsided.
It looks like a badly fabricated bus, zile za kitambo, zile za mawingo and whatever, so badly if they didn't burn them.
Okay.
So that is the reason why then Linda Mwananchi becomes a little bit of a problem if you allow them to touch base on the ground.
Let me ask you something, Arnold.
Yeah.
There are pictures, yes, of the roadblocks that were erected by those in Homa Bay who purport to support the government, or it is purported...
No, they were mobilized to support and give a notion that that area is BBG.
Okay, you put it well. But was it necessary then for the Linda Mwananchi brigade to also have youth, whom they call security, armed with those crude weapons as they were going into Homa Bay? Was it necessary?
Long time ago, when I was idealistic, as a young man into the governance spaces and policy spaces, I would have told you that I would have trusted a government like this one to protect me. This is the government where the CS is telling you kiambiwa kuna goons huko, wewe umeenda kufanya nini huko? What Murkomen is saying is that he's asking the people of Samburu, Pokot, Turkana, kama unajua cattle rustlers wanapenda ng'ombe, mbona unaweka ng'ombe? Si uachane nayo. That is his logic. Murkomen's logic is this: if you know that COVID travels in air, why are you breathing air? You can breathe something else. That is the government. That, I'm coming to a question. That is the question you are asking. That was it necessary for Linda Mwananchi to have its own? Number one, there was no one in Linda Mwananchi team that has not always been with them. Number one, a number of them are elected, so they have got elected leaders have got a number of hang-ons given. Number two, elected leaders attract threats, so traditionally they have got their own bodyguards, official and unofficial. So you have been threatened. I will only ask this: did any Linda Mwananchi allied team, who was caught in aggression? There was no one from our side doing aggression. And if we did not even have our own boys, we could not even open those roadblocks. Because what did we want? We just wanted access. By the way, this is what the Americans call freedom of navigation. Where if you are trying to stop people from using this particular route of sea route, an American frigate will actually pass. It's a freedom of navigation exercise. So all we needed was access into Homa Bay. If the people of Homa Bay decided to come and talk to us, or rather listen to us or not, that was for the people of Homa Bay to do. But you do not deny us access to get there. And that is why people like myself actually said that the thinking around the organizers of the violence that we met in Homa Bay should also be denied. They should be deplatformed elsewhere. And this is individuals, the people that organize. They should also be, if that is their logic, why should they actually expect to be given space elsewhere? But that is debatable. So this is the point, that having your own team that moves with you, those are logistics guys, those are security people, those logistics. Are orderly. Yes. Logistics. Yes. Those are logistical. Look at this. If you have organized a rally and you are a fairly a lived person, so you have organized meetings in the past, you need ushers. Those, by the way, in politics, the people you want to call goons are simply our ushers. The equivalent of our ushers. They are the orderlies to ensure that things are okay. Both the leaders, the equipment, and Arnold, the people are well taken care of.
It is not that I don't understand the logic.
Yes.
Oh, no. I understand it very well. I worked in Luo Nyanza for 17 and a half years. So, it's not something I don't understand. My problem is this larger picture of how it is a certain culture of violence is curated and then propagated. This really is my point.
Yeah.
Could Linda Mwananchi not have cancelled that rally?
On what basis?
Impending violence. Because when you had your own youth who are armed, you were anticipating, you knew some of these things, you didn't need to be told. You knew in advance that there was violence waiting for you. Could you not have cancelled the rally?
The consequences of cancelling that meeting were they are actually far much worse than the human cost, the destruction, and the story we are having today. Once you cancel one meeting, you then have started a process that you will cancel everything that follows. Plus, Linda Mwananchi was not breaking any law. We were adhering to the Constitution. And the right to self-protection is actually not even constitutional, it's actually divine. All of us, you see, let me tell you something, City. And we've not gotten to that point, but we will get there at some point. I'll tell you how we will get there. Even in the good book, I am a Christian, so I'll give you I don't know which religion you people...
The faith I subscribe
to.
subscribe
but
to. Tell us about the Christian faith.
So let me tell you, you see, somewhere in the Bible they say that if you're slapped on the left, you turn
the right
cheek. But it doesn't say that again, then you start all over again. It is at that point that somewhere in the scripture it says that blessed is the man who gives than the one who receives. So, we are going to get to a place...
That's your interpretation. Hapo umejaribu Arnold. If you're talking about stretching an interpretation,
blessed is the man who gives.
Yes, than the one who receives.
Yes. You see, it's fair enough. If you're given
It is better.
If you're slapped on the left,
Alright, then what if I
you
quote-
turn the other cheek, right?
But Arnold, what if
But
I
then
tell you-
after that, does it say that again you start all over again?
But Arnold,
no, it says that
what
now
if I
blessed is
then-
the one who gives.
What if I quote scripture and tell you that it is better to receive than to give? Because
No.
that is also scripture.
It could be there, but you see,
No, it is there. I'm just telling you it is there.
blessed are the people that give. In fact, cheerful givers. Anyway, that we have not gotten there to that point, but this is the point. That government could actually, if government had stopped, and you have talked about cultures that are curated and then it comes out. Let me give you another bit of it that movie might not have caught it. Before, during, and after the Homa Bay attack, you see, the Homa Bay attack was actually a coordinated attack. UDA was handling PR and social media management, trying to suppress whatever is happening on the ground.
Okay.
Coordinatingly. The ODM power side were the troop contributing partners. And then we were the victims being beaten, right? Then the police, they are our places, and this is, you have caught it on camera. If you take time, and I have got about 3 TB of footage that have been going through, we are trying to just pick it in places where the police clearly allowed these people to deal with us. So the police were giving cover, they were giving them intelligence, and they were giving coordination. UDA was handling social media, but it was a coordinated, and then ODM was doing the attacking. So this one is a coordinated attack. The people that were giving support to that particular attack pulled every string the other day when Rigiji was going to Emurwa Dikir to ensure that it goes seamlessly and he is not attacked. I just want you to, for example, look at what Mogotio MP Kiboroki wrote on the day of Linda Mwananchi's attack and what he wrote before Rigiji went to Emurwa Dikir. And during that particular day, just take time. Look at what Oscar Sudi said during Linda Mwananchi's attack in Homa Bay, and what Sudi said when Rigiji was going to Emurwa Dikir. So, who is the person here that is happy when Homa Bay is dispensing violence, but goes all out to tell the people of Emurwa Dikir, please be peaceful. Let him come and say whatever he says, and he goes. Our politics are mature. But they say, Linda Mwananchi deserved the beating they got in Homa Bay. Why the double standards? Somebody somewhere is deliberately trying to curate a feeling where when they go to Linda Mwananchi's, when they go to Homa Bay, they will tell them, we stopped those people wale wenye walikuwa wanataka kuwaletea hapa ujinga. But then when they come to Western, they will tell the people in Western, hawa watu wanapenda kuwachapa sana, wanawaonea sana. Somebody is playing divide and rule at its finest. Because the same people, I want you to take time and look at the UDA leadership, what they said when Linda Mwananchi was being attacked in Homa Bay, and the same individuals, what they said when Rigiji was going to what is considered their backyard. The people in Homa Bay might not see it now, but what does that effectively do?
What does it do?
It serves a lot of ends to these particular people. They make Gladys Wanga, Kaluma, and the ODM power team feel like we have got a supporter to help us fight this internal little fire of ours. So they love, they will actually fall in love with them.
And how does it actually help?
But then, what does it do? It then now castrates ODM and limits it to become a Nyanza, and specifically a South Nyanza party now, which actually helps the people in power today to be able to manage these people easily. Now they can no longer tell you they want to, they want a deputy president, whatever they want. Those small things. So somebody is actually dividing everybody and being able to sit on them. And I'll tell you, it's easy. Just check what Oscar Sudi said on the day Linda Mwananchi was being attacked and what he said when Rigiji was going to Emurwa Dikir. What changed? They did not, number one, condemn what happened in Homa Bay, but they called upon the people of Emurwa Dikir not to be like the people of Homa Bay. As in, it's so straightforward. But you see, yet these are the people who gave them, who told the other people, attack, defend your turf, stand
Arnold,
your ground.
Arnold, your arguments are persuasive. But let me go back to my question.
Yeah.
So, how many people died?
Our numbers say 5. It was a bloodbath. Our numbers say 5. And knowing how
many were injured?
About 38.
You see, the was it necessary question.
Yes.
Was
it necessary for us to go to that extent?
No. The process by which many changes have come into this country have followed that path. This really is my question.
Yeah.
Is it necessary for that path to be followed again and again? Because if you look at multipartyism, the repealing of Section 2A was in 1991. 1992 we had an election. My friend, you've heard of tribal clashes, isn't it?
Yes.
Information arising from it was that there was nothing of that sort. This thing was curated. This thing was brought to bear. 1997, we had something similar.
You're going to my central theme when it comes to the issue of governance and Goonism. We as a country do not have a Goon problem. We have got a Goon government. Because if you look at the original Sabasaba, for example, less than 20 people died. Sabasaba last year when Murkomen was the CS for Interior, we had over 51 people dying on a memorial.
Again, takes me back to what I'm trying to say. You see, we are normalizing deaths that occur during this occasion. And I'm saying, why must people die? I mean, that really is...
People should not...
That is the foundation of my question.
Before we talk about people dying, anyone should be able to exercise their Article 37, Article 38 rights anywhere, so long as they are not breaking the law. What law did Linda Mwananchi break by saying they want to go and talk to the people of Homa Bay? None. So before you talk about people dying, before you criminalize and resist and deny them access, what law have they broken? None. So that route should not be the one we follow. The same thing goes to now the police and that allowing that violence to get to that level. You know, there is a way people are made to feel like, you know, now you've told the people of Homa Bay that make it so difficult for people to come to your side. And then people think that is a badge of honor. Have you realized how the people in UDA have worked so hard to ensure that that stain and that reputation is not associated with their backyard? In a place as fragile as Emurua Dikir, for example, they went all out. Warmongers that we know, just go online and check. Usual warmongers went all out to tell the people of Emurua Dikir, do not do it. Please weep. They went to local radio stations. They appealed to them by all means. The same people that were cheering as goons were beating up Linda Mwananchi in Homa Bay. What is that thing they are trying to do?
Okay.
So those ends. So you ask, do we really need to get there? No, we don't need to get there. But do we really have to keep on pushing? Yes, because the price of democracy is eternal vigilance. Anytime you forget, anytime you become soft, the nature of power is that they will always claw on all the gains we've made. This administration has really tried to claw back on things that we already had forgotten we will never care about. They are now doing the same thing, and they are eroding every gain we have made. So for us to go back to the status quo, for us to enjoy the democratic rights we gave to ourselves, eternal vigilance means that people, you know, a lot of us sleep peacefully. Literally, all of us sleep peacefully because some rough men stand guard. There are men we took to Kiganjo. There are men we took to, I call it Kamagut, RTS in Eldoret. There are men we take to Kamanga. There are men we take to Taita Taveta, to Manyani, for example. Rough men, we create rough men so that the rest of us can actually sleep peacefully. You must have ragtag political militias like James Orengo, who stand guard and then mentor younger people so that some people will stand guard you in that space so that the rest of you can continue doing what you do on media, what you do on social media, to live your life, take your selfies, go out and drink until late. Because somebody somewhere has to stand guard. Unfortunately, we thought that we could protect them simply by putting up laws. But without initiative, it's not possible. So somebody has to take initiative.
You know, Arnold, people talk of 2008 as though it happened in a vacuum. I talked of 1992 and 1997 for a reason.
Yeah.
One was a build-up of the other.
Yeah.
And it had to do with elections and ensuring that individuals who you thought would vote for the opposition are not there to even vote.
Yeah.
That was the general thinking, that they're not even there. But what you then did, you didn't demilitarize these militias that you had created. So all they were waiting for was somebody who could galvanize them. And 2008 was easy because all you need to do is to find a pain point that you can build on. It doesn't have to be real. It just has to be believable and people act on it. And that's where you find atrocities are being committed by your own neighbors. People you know, people you've grown up with.
You just need to dehumanize the other people to look something lesser.
Yes.
And then people go all out.
Yes.
You justify the violence.
The thing is, you create an environment that makes this violence... Okay, the environment is one which makes the violence we're talking about look like kids' play. Because what it then ferments, it's something far, far more horrific. That really is my fear.
But you see, let me take you back. We have got Rigathi Gachagua, who has been impeached, right? You know the counts and the reasons why somebody can actually be impeached. Today, you have got a trained and experienced lawyer in the name of the National Assembly Speaker saying some of the things the president has done. That should be considered, by the way, expert witness. Because, number one, he's a trained lawyer. Number two, he holds authority. He's a long-term practitioner of politics.
He is the leader of one of the arms of government.
He's a leader of...
Was he a magistrate at one point?
No.
No, he never was.
Okay.
But he's far beyond... Wetangula is at the level of a Supreme Court. He's actually a Supreme Court judge and above. He's way, way above that.
Okay.
He is speaking it on authority that the president broke the law, members of parliament broke the law. So the same law that impeached Rigathi cannot impeach William Ruto. Hope you get that. So I'm answering whatever you are saying. I'm moving somewhere. The same thing, when William Ruto and his team keep on shouting and calling Rigathi Gachagua Mkabila and the people who support him were Kabila, when you look at gazette notices, when you look at the budget lines, you see Ukabila. His is gazetted. Rigathi's is spoken. So Rigathi is actually blamed and demeaned for spoken word. William Ruto is actually exalted for practicing Rigathi's spoken word. You are not in a country, you are in a place where then people are like, do we really live in a country where the law can protect us? And that is now comes to a question you had asked earlier on, and I didn't want to answer it straight away. If we believe that the government cannot protect us, we have got a God-given right to protect ourselves. That we will do. And if the administration continues to assail and attack us, we will defend ourselves, and we will not just defend ourselves, we will go on the attack. Because the best form of defense is attack. Our meetings cannot be the only ones that are attacked. And the president has got the freedom to actually have free meetings. He's also an aspirant like the people in Linda Mwananchi that want to become president. He's also just an aspirant and a candidate like the people in United Opposition. If our meetings continue to be attacked, we will go on the attack.
Therein lies a statement that is akin to the statement that Rigathi Gachagua made about being ready to protect themselves. You see, you've actually gotten to the heart of what I'm saying. The sentiments you utter, I understand. The context is understandable. But this place that we are going to is the very place that one must avoid going to. Because, my friend, you get to a point where the very thing that you think you're creating will overtake you and it will come back to bite you.
We have been overtaken by state-sponsored violence. There are only two things. Number one, we have to actually bow to it and accept it as fait accompli, or stand up against it.
Not necessarily, Arnold. Not necessarily, Arnold. What is it? You are a law-abiding citizen and you are among the people who talk about living as per our constitution. What do you do when somebody breaks the law and that law harms you? The breakage of it harms you. What do you do? What is it that our constitution and our legal system, what does it prescribe for you to do? Or are we saying that prescription no longer works?
We will go to Article 1. All sovereign power belongs to the people.
It does.
So if all sovereign power belongs to the people, and it can only be exercised if people have delegated it, either directly or indirectly.
Yes.
So, number one, this particular constitution, Article 1, Article 2, gives us as a people the right sometimes to self-correct when the republic loses its way.
Yes, Arnold, but everything that we are given has to be within the law.
Yes.
Is that not the case?
I'd love to actually ask you this.
Yes.
The Constitution tells us that we can exercise that power directly.
Yes.
Look at this. Dead men don't tell tales. Tell no tales. So if I sit here and allow state-sponsored violence to kill me, it leaves my children as orphans. My dead body does not tell a story. If we allow people to actually come to us and we say, okay, there is a law that will protect us. We have got a government that is telling you, if you hear that there are goons in Homa Bay, what did you go to do there? And that's what I asked you. It's the same as asking the pastoralists. If you know that cattle rustlers love cows or animals, why are you keeping them?
Arnold, what we're discussing requires a topic of its own because it's important. The seriousness and the weight of it cannot be discussed in 2 minutes.
But I need to take you, just before you
No, summarize. I'm not going to cut you out. You will finish what you're saying. I am simply saying that this is something that we actually need to talk about at length because we've gotten to a point where this particular issue has to be discussed. But please continue with what you're saying.
On violence, we actually have to be very categorical with the president. We have to be very categorical with his administration.
Okay.
And tell them, number one, that they are an administration of the day. They remain legitimate only if they abide by the law. Secondly, we need to remind William Ruto and the administration of the junta that he leads today that violence begets violence. Because what then? Do you know, City, let me tell you a very funny thing. If you asked me that probably I need a shield, a metallic shield in my car when driving and going to a rally, a few months ago I will tell you, are you mad? Does it make sense? But after Homa Bay, now I know.
It makes a lot of sense.
There is a leader I once met, and so all his bodyguards have got in the boot heavy metallic shields. Then after Homa Bay, during the thunder run as we entered into Homa Bay, there is no car that survived with a windscreen.
Zote zilivunjwa.
Yes, and I remember some member of parliament, his MP, alirushiwa mawe. And by the way, you know, sometimes it's not good to laugh about these things. But those guys in Homa Bay can actually throw stones and throw them very well. So, I remember a driver complaining and saying, my hand has actually been struck. And you see that the member of parliament is telling him, I'll shoot you, keep on driving. Because once we forget that we are
in danger,
we are transiting through an ambush and we start focusing. You know, these are people who are not disciplined. You know, in a disciplined setting, a set-piece military approach on how you actually go through an ambush, that you just keep moving. In an ambush, what do? You keep moving, you keep shooting, because unfortunately, even it takes a lot of discipline for you to know where the attack is coming from. So when ukianza kulia tumepigwa mawe kwa mkono, you don't get it right, you lose out. So that is how bad it is. How exactly do we move on that particular end?
On that note, Arnold, we are going to come back to discuss this, and it will be a fully fledged 2 hours where we discuss this matter of Goonism and this violence that we're seeing and where it can take us.
City, let me tell you as we complete, we do not need to discuss Goonism. We need to resist Goonism.
Unfortunately, I disagree, Arnold. It has to be discussed.
All right, Arnold, unfortunately, this is where we come to a stop, but thank you so much. Tafuta wakati sasa tukuje tena tuongee mambo ya
No, I want us to talk about Linda Mwananchi. You guys need to actually I wanted to say that you guys need to join Linda Mwananchi, but I need to actually tell you this, that the conversation going forward should be a conversation of where we are going as a country.
Okay.
And I just want to tell you that the future of this country is Linda Mwananchi, not just demographically, but
you said it at the beginning,
it's the voice of God.
Hey,
and,
voice of God.
The voice of the people is the voice of God. So if you're not in Linda Mwananchi, you probably are not really in line and you're not hearing from God.
Okay. Yeah. Coming up next, we want to talk about ethical banking in Kenya. With us is the head of Sharia Department at Premier Bank Kenya, Sheikh Maulid Makoha. So don't go too far. We'll be right back.
The sound is fine, pump it up, turn it high all the time. Let the music move you, let's sway. Radio G's got your jam all day.
Radio Generation, the home of urban soul. This is the Radio Generation News.
Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga. Public policy analyst Arnold Maliba has urged political leaders to prioritize constitutional obligations instead of focusing solely on development programs and political promises. He says Kenya's constitution provides a clear governance roadmap with its preamble outlining the country's aspirations and Article 10 and 43 providing guidance on implementation and socio-economic rights. Maliba was speaking today on Radio Generation.
Number one, you have got the vision cast in the preamble. Then there is the how. How do we want to achieve this? It's in Article 10. How? And that is one question voters a lot of times don't ask. So you show up as a member of, an aspirant for member of parliament, like myself running in Matungu, and then you are telling them, I will build you this hospital, I will build you this road. People don't ask how. If you ask how, then you will realize that as a member of parliament, I am not.
It is because those people that you're telling don't even know.
Then eventually, now there is a basic social contract that we give ourselves, which is the what? It's in Article 43.
Okay.
Socioeconomic rights. So when we talk about education, when you talk about housing, you talk about safety from hunger, when you talk, as in I'm talking about food, all that English you see that those guys telling you it's big for, it is bottom up economic transformation agenda, everything else is under Article 43.
The Water Resources Authority has launched a crackdown on illegal gold mining in River Yala Basin over concerns about pollution and environmental degradation. The WRA says offenders face prosecution for violating environmental protection orders and using toxic chemicals near water sources. Speaking during an enforcement operation in Chisango Village, Kakamega Region, WRA Deputy Director of Regional Coordination James Nyangeso said illegal mining was severely damaging the river's riparian areas. Former Deputy President Rigathi Gachagua says Kenyans are demanding greater accountability in the management of devolved funds, implementation of the 2/3 gender rule, and decent, fairly paid jobs for young people. Speaking in Wamunyoro, Gachagua also raised concerns over taxation, working conditions in the public service, and data privacy. He further criticized aspects of Kenya's foreign policy and the proposed KRA changes to import duties, which is said could affect small-scale traders.
Many Kenyans, especially Kenyans from the northern Kenya, cannot see or feel the impact of devolution in their counties to the extent they ought to. Kenyans want value for the equitable share their counties have received since 2013. Kenyans want accountability. On women and gender, Kenyans continue to demand that the 2/3 gender rule must be implemented. To Kenyans, gender is more than participation of women, but practical inclusion in development of our nation. Women should be included in leadership to fill the numbers, but to not just to fill the numbers, but to strategically participate in nationhood and nation building.
The Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission has arrested a court clerk attached to the Busia Law Courts over allegations of demanding and receiving a 180,000 bribe. The clerk, Wesley Kipkoech Langat, is accused of demanding the money on behalf of a magistrate to influence the outcome of a criminal case and secure a lenient penalty for an accused person. The case involves a commercial vehicle that had been impounded over alleged traffic offences. EACC says Langat was arrested after receiving the 180,000 shillings bribe and is being held at its Western Regional Office in Bungoma as investigations continue. Rwandan President Paul Kagame has called for Africa to take a more active role in shaping the future of artificial intelligence. Kagame said many Africans possess the knowledge and skills needed to develop AI systems, arguing that the continent should not accept being left behind in the global technology race. And that's the truth on Radio Generation. Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga.
In the beginning, morning radio. But now there is Radio Generation's The People's Breakfast. Curious and bold, getting facts from the shadows.
That's what it is.
Now, as the city wakes and secrets stir, a bright new voice shines. The People's Breakfast. Your morning, your voice, your journey. Good morning.
Good morning, my neighbor.
Welcome to the home of hard truths and bold insights. Radio Generation.
Good morning and welcome back. This is Radio Generation. The time right now is 9:09 o'clock. My name is Mangala. We are with Siti Muga in the studio. Had a very interesting conversation earlier on, but right now we want to take a different turn, kidogo, and get into matters Sharia banking, Islamic banking. It comes with very many names and forms. However, today we want to debunk that conversation. Now, before I introduce our guest, in the last couple of weeks, we've been talking about the Islamic Finance Forum. Now, if you're hearing it for the first time, this is going to be a series, and it's taking place on the 10th of September 2026 at the Radisson Blu, and the theme is igniting growth in Sharia compliant financing. So we're going to be talking about a lot of things, but some of the things you need to focus on is what exactly is that forum all about? What are we going to be talking about? We'll be talking about, first of all, the whole issue of what is Sharia compliant financing. What does it focus on when it comes into trade and investment and partnerships? How does that affect you, and all that issue of shared risk? So it's not about just avoiding interest, as perhaps you have heard. It's about how financial transactions are structured with an emphasis on fairness, transparency, and real economic activity. And I'm sure this is very interesting. So if you want to join us on that particular day, that is the 10th of September 2026 at the Radisson Blu, you can start by giving us a call. I'll be giving you the numbers before we exit, but take note: 0113-311-604. That's the number to call. And you can also get your tickets in advance on langopass.com. You need to be part of that conversation. And by the way, it's open to all, whether you're a Muslim, whether you're a Christian, whatever it is that you practice. This is all about growth in Sharia compliant financing. So let's get down to business, and let me introduce our guest in studio. It is Sheikh Maulid Makoha. Sheikh Maulid is the head of Sharia department at the Premier Bank of Kenya. Sheikh, karibu tena sana. Nice to have you here with us.
Thank you very, very much. I'm happy to be here today.
Right.
And it's a pleasure.
Nice. Sure. Let's just start with the basics. We hear of Sharia compliant banking, Islamic banking. Maybe just debunk for us, what is it about?
Yeah, right. Mm-hmm. It is the very, very actually starting point, because we need to bring to speed everyone who is listening to us today concerning this topic that is actually a hot topic today in the Kenyan market and across East Africa, and even throughout Africa. Globally, you can say actually it's globally.
Yes.
Islamic finance, I could say, and I would like you to prove me right or wrong at the end of this, but I know you'll prove me right.
All right.
It is something that each and every one of us actually practically does it today, and even we did it even today in the morning, maybe knowingly or unknowingly.
Okay.
And I'd like you to prove me actually within the discussion today.
Yes.
That is why we are saying it is the right way to go to, because this is what human beings are used to. This is what we do every day in our everyday life. Islamic finance is not only banking. It is not only taking your money to the bank, saving and withdrawing and so on. People confuse Islamic finance with banking, but today we are here to debunk. We are here to make it clear. We are here to make it to give our listeners the clear understanding of what Islamic finance is all about. I like to enumerate some four areas where Islamic finance actually touches.
Go ahead.
But before I go there, anyone who knows finance is all about managing money in and out. Therefore, as much as we are talking about money and other financial resources, Islamic finance revolves around number one, banking. But I said from the start that we should not take it as if it is only banking.
Yes.
But banking actually, it is one of the major sectors of Islamic finance.
All right.
Number two, Islamic finance also revolves around what we call pension schemes. You know, people work like in Kenya, you work up to the retirement age. But after that, where do you go to? In Islamic finance, we have a special way of allowing you prepare for your retirement life. It has to be within Sharia teachings. It has to be within Islamic finance teachings. Therefore, Islamic finance also covers what we call pension schemes. Therefore, currently we also have pension schemes in Kenya which are operating as per Sharia. Number 3, Islamic finance also covers what we call insurance. You know, today, as you know, life is risky. We can't just sit and wait a calamity to come and hit you. You have to be prepared beforehand. And Islam also actually does not allow you to mitigate risks using methods that are not within acceptable with Sharia. Therefore, Islamic finance has also prepared for you a good way of making sure that whatever that you love, let it be your family, let it be your property, you have to safeguard it within the teachings of Islamic finance, and that is what we call takaful. It is a new word, but it is directly translated to Islamic insurance. We also have a wider market. I can also, the fourth one actually, it also gets into what we call non-financial institutions. And I know these ones, you know them, what we call SACCOs. We also have SACCOs. SACCOs are not banks, but they bring people who have a common interest together, more so for saving and uplifting each other. Therefore, these ones also operate currently in Kenya as per teachings of Sharia. Therefore, as we have seen, Islamic finance is as wide as we have seen. It is not only banking. Later on, I'll prove to you that what we do today, as I've just said, we do it knowingly or unknowingly sometimes as per the teachings of Islamic finance, as we shall go on. I think that one gives our listeners a clear indication that the field that we are discussing today, the theme that we are discussing today, Islamic finance, is doing banking, operating your retirement, planning for your retirement life, insurance, that is insurance also, and then non-bank sectors like SACCOs, all these ones doing them as per the teachings of Sharia, what we call Islamic law. By the way, Sharia is simply Islamic law.
You know, on that word takaful, I have actually seen it all over Nairobi, driving on buildings. I think I've seen it on some flyers, but it never hit me. I just thought takaful is actually a bank called takaful. But now you've explained.
Exactly.
You've explained that
from the start.
It is just the translation for insurance. And it is insurance for both your life, your property. Does it also cover things like medical insurance?
Everything.
Okay.
Everything, but the condition is that it has to be done as per the teachings of Sharia.
Okay.
Great.
All right. Proceed.
Good. Therefore, as we see the today's discussion revolving around the future of ethical finance.
And
this word ethical, actually, we need to also clarify to our customers, because it is one of the major elements, major features that distinct between Islamic finance and conventional finance. And why do we need this kind of ethical finance in Kenya? When we talk about ethical, though I'll bring about other features that we have in Islamic finance, we are actually talking about a kind of finance whereby we are focusing on number one. We are focusing on, when we talk about generally in any economic system, you'll find that we have the three elements that every regulators and an organization is pushing towards achieving. Number one, how to upbring the society, how to protect the society actually from all activities that we do. Number two is the environment. By the way, the first one is environment, how we protect environment in all our financial activities that we do. That is number one. Then number two, the society itself. How are our financial services fostering the betterness of the society. Then number three is the governance structure that we have in our institutions. These are what we call the ESGs, the environmental, social, and governance elements that we look in any organization that is would like to see it to gauge it, how it is performing. Starting from there,
yes,
this is the issues of ESGs actually started in the recent years. I'm trying to bring you backwards a bit.
Okay.
That the word that I said, the ethical. When you look at these three elements, actually they form part of the ethical nature of an institution, more so a financial institution. But now when you go back to Islamic finance, these things already existed. When we go backwards in 2004, the United Nations, actually under the Secretariat of Kofi Annan, they really pushed institutions to bring up these ESG issues in their institutions and in their operations. But now, when we look at these three things from a Sharia compliant, from an Islamic finance perspective, they started way back 1,400 years ago.
1,400 years ago.
Even more. I'm just trying to compare where we are starting from when you talk about ethical finance. The discussion in Islamic finance started more earlier than what I've just mentioned, the issue of ESGs, which started in the 2000s.
Okay.
Now, what was the focus 1,400 years ago? It was that we focus on, number one, we focus on bringing justice to the community. And the most important thing that can bring you justice is how I interact with you in terms of my wealth. There is a major prohibition that that the ethical part has brought about, whereby Islamic finance actually prohibits charging people interest. Okay, that is one of the major prohibitions.
Yes.
I will later on actually bring up the issues so that we see how it is ethical. And actually it is ethical. There's no way I can give you money and later on I
charge you
interest on it.
Then how do you make money?
That's another good question.
If you give me 1,000 shillings, for example,
yes,
and then I pay you back 1,000 shillings, you've not made money out of it.
Exactly.
But if I pay you 1,050, you have made a 50 shillings profit.
So that is why I said from the start, you will prove me right or wrong.
Okay.
Where is the ethical thing here? Look here. When somebody comes to take a loan from you today, Mr. Mungala,
yes,
that person is in need. He
Very
needs
true.
you to help them. They are telling you, I need 1,000 shillings to cure my to do my own business activities, or I have a pressing need actually that is making me to come to you today. I like us to come out of what we normally call the financial institution. Somebody coming today to seek for 1,000 shillings. So in Islamic finance, we normally look at what is the relationship now between me who is coming for those funds to you and you who is giving me. The relationship that we are just creating there is a borrower and
a giver.
Yes, and a lender.
And a lender, yes,
actually.
that's the right word, yes.
In Islam, in Islamic finance, that is not taken to be a business transaction on which any of the parties should actually benefit from each other.
Okay.
Normally in Kiswahili, we normally say hakuna biashara hapo mnafanya. It's just somebody in need who needs funds. Unamsaidia. So that relationship, that is why I told you, why should I pay you the 50 on top of the 1,000? I just came because I had a need. We are not creating any business actually relationship between two of us. That is one way. Now, number two, I can come for the same 1,000 shillings.
Yes.
But because I want to create some business relationship between you and me, I want us to invest in a certain business activity.
Let's say mango juice business.
Exactly. But again, it has to be Sharia compliant. Okay, that is the other thing I would supposed to.
Yes.
The activity in itself should be within the teachings of Sharia, because we have some activities that are not acceptable. We cannot invest in activities that destroy, number one, the environment.
Okay.
Number two, the society, and number three, most of those two of them. Therefore, if you like, you can give some examples. So they are very actually mentioned by the name.
Yes.
Industries that actually support things like intoxication of the community, the intoxicants, the drugs, and so on. We can't invest inside because they destroy the community.
Okay.
Now, this is a business agreement that we're entering with you today, Mr. Mngala.
Yes.
And that relationship that we have created is on which we the two of us actually are entitled maybe to anything that a profit that will be generated in the business activity that we are undertaking.
Yes.
So at the end of the duration, maybe we agree 1 year or 3 years, we shall look at the calculations and see how much has our business generated. So Islamic finance is all about, I heard you mentioning that it is all about partnering. As you can see here, we have just partnered in our business. None of us is here to be helped. No, we're here to do serious business.
Yes.
Therefore, which one is ethical? Is it the partnering one that you have just done today? Or the one that I have a problem, you see this man has a problem, but at the end of the day, you want to charge him more than...
The partnering, of course, of the business,
Exactly.
the starting of a business, the investment opportunity.
That is more ethical.
Sheikh, let me understand this. Do I understand you to be saying that what is referred to as a business model that involves money means the partnership is certain risks are being taken, but they're being undertaken together.
You are right.
So if there are benefits, then you also share in the benefits.
That is true.
I see.
That is true. We shall the simple example that I've just had today is a customer who comes for funds, let us say the 1 million or the amount that we agree, but we have already actually agreed on which business activity. What we're saying here, we are not going to enter into your other businesses. This is a specific business activity that you want us to undertake. Therefore, later on we shall go deeper and explain how how Islamic finance actually is against money-to-money relationships. We cannot just trade on money. We must be doing a real economic activity. Let us take a situation whereby we all sit here today and we say, let us just be money lenders. Just lend and wait for the borrowers to pay. How will the economy be? Let us say this is a village of 4 people today. All of us were just money lenders. Nobody, none of us is involved in real business activities. Do you know we shall die on the same day today? Within 1 week actually, we shall all, because we don't have people producing. We don't have the mama mboga there. We don't have people are just lending to each other and expecting more money to be paid on top of that money. So Islamic finance is against that.
Okay.
In case you lend, then you are helping. You are helping that mama mboga to start a business on her own. So he or she will just repay the amount that you advance to her or him. Yes.
So if it was the 1,000 and Arudisha 1,000.
1,000.
Not even a shilling on top.
Not even a shilling.
Okay.
But again, Islamic finance is good actually. I mean, in case she sees or she sees that actually business went well, the law is not locked. I mean, the door is not completely locked. He or she can decide to
give thanks.
Give thanks. That is a gift actually. But it should not be agreed from the start.
Okay.
Good. So you see how ethical it is. It's very fair.
Transparent.
It's very transparent. And that is what actually the community needs today. Ask anybody, they will tell you, I'll go for that. Yes.
It sounds very appealing actually, if I'm very honest.
Great.
Because we found ourselves more oftentimes than not needing money, but now you have got to pay back with interest, and it happens on a day.
Sure. So that is the first relationship that we have, but we still have other more relationships, because you asked me here about how do we make money now. If we give people money, 1,000 shillings, 1 million shillings, and they pay us the same money, how do we pay salaries?
And there's processing fee, like we are told.
Exactly.
There's transaction fee, as we are told.
Exactly.
You need to pay salaries of the people working in the bank. So
So we have more ways actually now. We have to separate between a transaction which is based on helping and a transaction which is based on business, and I've just explained it right away here.
Actually, how do I distinguish the two? Because if I have a business problem, I still need help, but of a business nature.
Yes.
If I myself am unwell and I am not insured, I need help.
Yes.
But there is no business there. I am the one who needs the help. So how do you, within the confines of the ethical Sharia banking, distinguish something of that sort? How do you determine that this is this and that is the other?
Good. So here I will now shift from the helping to business.
Okay.
Because again now, the investors who invest in these financial institutions are not here actually they are here for serious business.
Yes, they are.
So let's now shift to how the Islamic finance actually makes now money or profit based on the business now that they do. Let me take this simple example now. A customer who approaches you today, they want to purchase. What would you like to purchase, Mr.
City? I can't think of anything right away.
Yes.
Sorry. Most people want to purchase TVs. I don't want to purchase a TV.
Exactly.
Someone want to purchase a car. I don't want to purchase a car.
Yeah, sure. We have people who are interested maybe in real estate.
Yes. Let's say I want to buy a plot.
Exactly.
Yes.
When you come to us, you want to buy a plot. You are now you are entering business, as I can see now. There's no help that we are going to help here. This is somebody who wants to do something that is going to boost his life and so on. So what happens, I told you from today, from the start, that it is what we do at home every day. It's what we do down there in the village. What the bank does here is that it buys that land. That is step number one. We buy the piece of land. We own it. Let us say it was at 10 million shillings. So we buy it from the vendor that you have told us. You had the one to tell us whom to buy it from. We bought it at 10 million. Then we sell it to you at 10 million plus the agreed profit. Let's say in this case, maybe it is 1,000 shillings. So it is very simple. Okay. Islamic finance tells us that we must bring in a commodity.
Yes.
We must bring in a tangible asset apart from not just money. So the moment the bank bought that piece of land,
yes,
it owned it. It became all the risks that are tied to the land are in the docket of the bank.
Yes.
Then afterwards, it had to sell it to you. Don't you see that is a good business?
I had never quite looked at it that way, but it is true. It is the bank that is actually buying because the money is theirs.
Yes.
And it's not you buying.
Not you.
Not really.
You are interested.
Your buying of it comes in when the bank sells it to you. And you agree to buy it from the bank at a certain amount.
Yes.
Then you have both shared in the risk.
So the bank, from the start when it bought from the person whom you identified,
the owner, yes,
from the owner, the risks of the bank started from that point. Actually, now it started carrying the risks until the day it will sell it to you. That is when now the risks of the bank will stop at that point, and they will be transferred to you.
And then now you start sharing.
Okay.
So the price they sell it at, and then you go to the agreed way in which you will pay.
Exactly. So the ethical manner here is that the moment we agree now that this is the sale price, look at this one, it's very important. The moment we agree today that I'm selling to you at 1.5 million or 0.1, that pricing will remain fixed like that for the duration. Even if
the payment.
Yes. Even if the market rates will keep on changing, market rates change. This is a simple sale actually. The moment I buy something from you today and I sell it, I pay it back in installments to you, we don't have changes. We are not supposed to change anything in the agreement. So that is what Islamic finance sticks to, though we also have some other models. Yes.
Can I ask a question?
Yes.
Very many loans of that nature come with insurance.
You are right.
With takaful.
takaful.
I will use that word until
yes.
No, I like get it right.
Yeah.
And that is how it's always pronounced.
Yes.
How does it? The example that we were talking about. How does that work in this example?
It's very clear from the start. Where when you enter any agreement, let's take a better example. Maybe for a motor vehicle, we want to buy a truck. Okay. First of all, in any country, it is a requirement that you cannot drive actually without taking any an insurance package on the motor vehicle, the third-party insurance actually. Okay. Therefore, as you can see from the start, we have to agree that we shall take an insurance cover, the takaful cover on this motor vehicle. So the bank, at the moment, is buying from the vendor, from the seller. It must make sure that there is an insurance cover on that motor vehicle. Is that clear? Yes, it is. Then the same we'll have to, when we pass it to you, as we sell it at the selling point, then it will have to be changed to you actually now.
Yes.
The insurance, because now you'll be the real owner. But again, it can be done in a simpler manner, which is not more complicated, because actually Islam also drives to doing things in a simpler manner. Instead of us taking a cover in our name, then changing it to you, why don't we just take it in your name from the start?
Okay.
And that is also allowed. So this insurance cover here is here to cover this motor vehicle from all those anything that can arise from it being in our possession or in your possession, more so on theft, destruction, and any other third-party destruction that can happen, that can be caused by these motor vehicle.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Interesting. So, I mean, we have several institutions offering Sharia-compliant banking, and at the very least, they claim to. So, what sets you apart as Premier Bank?
A very good question. Today, in any market, you'll find things that we call. Everyone will be claiming that I'm original. I'm the best. I have the best item, and so on. But again, there is a measure that if we apply that measure, or when you apply that measure on your commodity that you're claiming is the original commodity, then we shall have, at the end of the day, we shall distinct and see this is the original form and this is not the. So when you say authentic Sharia compliant banking, we have set standards that bring Premier Bank at the top. I'd like to take you back to the year 2007. 2007, 2008. Do you know by that time, Premier Bank was the first fully fledged Sharia compliant bank around the market, and that is why we say even today that Premier Bank is the home of Sharia compliant banking. But again, I would like to come up to the measures that actually we have put that make Premier Bank to be at the top of Sharia compliant banking or finance services. Number one, it is a requirement that for any institution to actually prove that it is Sharia compliant, the products are Sharia compliant, the transactions are Sharia compliant, it must have a board of directors who are ready to abide by the teachings of Sharia. Tell me a situation whereby a bank is set, it is claiming Sharia compliant, but the board of directors are not ready to support the same thing. At Premier Bank, we have a dedicated board of directors who are supporting, who are ready, who have, because actually that is the essence of our existence. That we must ensure that everything that we do, every activity, starting from the onboarding, where we onboard our customers, we have to onboard them in a Sharia compliant manner. This is how it happens. We do our marketing in a Sharia compliant manner. We can't tell you things that we don't do. We have some people who market their products, but now when it comes to the time of, now let me see the product, what do you get? Features that we never expected, some hidden costs, some hidden features that you never expected. But in our Sharia compliant banking, in our Premier Bank, whatever that we tell you is whatever that you will get. Therefore, starting from the onboarding, all the process to daily activities, we have ensured that we are within the teachings of Sharia compliance. So a dedicated board that is ready to uptake, is ready to conduct, is ready to stick to the teachings of Sharia within in the transactions is a requirement. And that one, I can assure you that our team is dedicated towards achieving and implementing Sharia banking in all our transactions. Number two, apart from having a board of directors which is dedicated towards achieving Sharia, number two, we must have a board of Sharia scholars. This is what we call SSB. SSB.
Okay.
SSB is an abbreviation of Sharia Supervisory Board. This is the topmost actually board of Sharia scholars. In fact, the board of directors have to report to them. They can't take any decision without an approval from the Sharia board. So this is, if an institution does not have this Sharia board, again, it should be, we shall have some questions. How are you operating? Who is approving your products? How should you claim that you are Sharia compliant and you don't have this board? So the board is here, first of all, to guide us in our products, to give us approvals, to make sure that whatever that we do, whatever that the board of directors does, is within the teachings of Sharia. At Premier Bank,
yes,
we have a highly educated and a well-composed Sharia board that actually has always been there from the start with the bank until today. And it has a very good coordination with the board of directors that ensures that whatever the Sharia board guides is what is done.
Yeah, SSB again stands for Sharia?
Sharia Supervisory Board.
Supervisory, that
yes.
S ya katikati ilikuwa imepotea.
Exactly.
Okay.
Therefore, it is composed of local scholars who know the Kenyan market and also international scholars. So that mixture is very important, because we cannot just keep on operating in our own environment. You need to see what our brothers are also doing outside the Kenyan environment. That is why we say that at Premier Bank, we are well set to ensure that through the guidelines of our Sharia board, the bank is operating, and it's coming at the top of Sharia compliance service provide number 3.
Yes.
And this is very important.
Okay.
We can have a dedicated board. We can have a good team of Sharia scholars. But who are the implementers now? The staff.
Yes.
These are the ones who handle the daily activities. Our staff are well trained. Our staff are well trained in a manner that meet any of the staff.
Yes.
Ask them about what they do. They will tell you clearly that what they operate within the Sharia, and that is how Sharia actually requires. Therefore, we keep on. First of all, we have the onboarding training. That is when we have new staffs coming on board.
Yeah.
And we also have continuous training. That one is very important because the market keeps on changing.
Very
new
true.
things come up every day. We keep on training our staff on how with the new things that come up actually in the market, to make sure that we are at par with what is happening in the market. Number 3. Now, this is one of the most important things. Actually, number 4, you just remind me that when we started with number 1, the Sharia board. Then number 2, number 1, we said the board of directors, actually. Then number 2, we talked
The
about
SSB,
Sharia board.
yes.
Then number 3, we talked about the staff.
Number 4 now.
Now, lastly, we have Maulid.
Okay. Maulid.
Though he's a staff, but again, he's a special staff. These what we're talking about, that within a bank, the Sharia board does not come to sit here to see what is happening. Sharia board has eyes in the bank now. Number 2, I mean, there must be a Sharia internal team. So at Premier Bank, we have an internal team, which is called the Sharia department. That is why at the introduction level, we say that we represent the Sharia department. So the Sharia department is the small Sharia board at the bank, which is doing 2 major things. Number 1, it does what you call compliance checks. Compliance checks actually are very simple. We guide our staff, because as much as we have trained you, but again, from time to time, you'll find that we have some new transactions actually that our staff also have to come back to us, I mean Sharia team, for more guidance.
Yes.
So we keep on guiding them on a daily basis on any area that they feel that they are not comfortable to proceed. Then number 2, the other task that is done by our Sharia board, by our internal Sharia team, is what we call audit. Audit is the last thing actually that an institution, you normally call it, is at the third line of defense, whereby things have been done, transactions have been already done, but again, we can't just sit and wait. We say they are okay. We normally have a post-activity look into how things happened. So simply audit is to come later on, maybe say quarterly or monthly. That is an independent team, staff from the Sharia team, who come now and check exactly what happened, whatever the activities that took place were within the approved transactions. So simply these 4 elements that I've mentioned are well organized at Premier Bank. They help to oversee the activities on a daily basis, and they are the ones that make us actually at the top, that make us different from any person any other institution that claims that they offer Sharia compliant product.
So those elements,
yes,
in case they are not in any institution, then you must have question marks.
So
on
in
how
case,
they do.
So in case, let's say, you have done your audit as a bank, and then you realize, oh, on this transaction with the Mungala Mbuvi, kidogo ni kama Sharia wasn't applied. So what happens?
That's good. Two scenarios. Number one, we want to strike a fair deal between the bank and Mungala. In a case whereby we find that, let us just take a simple example. Every month, I mean, when you have a facility with us, a facility is what we call in other banks a loan. But here we don't have a loan. We have a financing facility.
Okay.
Do you know that every month, or according to your agreement with the bank, money is deducted from your account to pay off your
facility?
What will you do in a situation whereby you find that whatever that has been deducted is more than what you signed? What will be your reaction? You'll have some questions. What is happening?
Yeah.
I feel my rights are being
breached
here. Therefore, that is our work, to make sure that every facility that is agreed between the bank and our customers is operating as per the agreement. Therefore, whatever that you signed from the start is the one that we should be seeing happening. So in case we find that there is a breach, then we have to question by the way, what I missed to say from the start is that Sharia department is independent. It is separate. I mean, it does its activity. It is like a bridge between the bank and the customer.
So you are autonomous.
You're autonomous. Our decisions are not favoring anybody. We are here to bring justice to the bank and even to the customer.
Okay.
Therefore, in case we find such a situation that has happened, we have to question the bank and make sure that Mr. Mungala gets his rights as they had agreed from the start with the bank. Yes.
Interesting.
So that money will go back to your account. It is
There
yours.
is one of the things that is discussed now, today, in this season, more than any other, is what we refer to SMEs.
You're right.
Now, how does Sharia banking relate to SMEs?
That's a great question. We, first of all, the SMEs, the small, medium enterprises, are the backbone of the Kenyan economy. I mean, we find that most people fall in this group, and Premier Bank has had dedicated products that actually are in line with the status of the SME group of our customers. Let me say this. There is a discussion called financial inclusion. Actually, that is what brings in now the SME issue. Financial inclusion is all about an individual, the SME, as we have said, getting these financial products based on three things. Number one, in a timely manner. Number two, it must be affordable. I said the SMEs, they form actually the backbone of the economy today. So whatever that products that we have structured at Premier Bank, they ensure that the SMEs actually get these products in a timely manner, in an affordable manner. And number three now, the product should be appropriate. And this is what I want to focus on. What do I mean by a product that is appropriate to the SMEs? We find that most of the SMEs are in need of funding, what we call loans in other banks, but they can't access these funds easily in other institutions. Why? Because of the high interests. These interests that are exorbitant. Currently, you will hear that we have several cases around courts because some institutions are charging interest rates that are very high. They keep on fluctuating and changing. So in our products that we offer to the SME group, we ensure that the product, first of all, is within the limits that the reach, actually it is within the reach of the SMEs.
Yes.
And the charges that actually also charge to the SMEs are also in line with their current situation. We can't overload you with what you can't bear. Therefore, that sector, that segment, we offer them products. Number one, I like just to look at some of the products that we have we offer to this group.
Yes.
We have products that I've just mentioned earlier that we when there is a request from an SME customer of maybe to access funds to purchase maybe a machinery, or maybe we can say stock. That is the common thing.
Yeah.
We buy the stock at an affordable price that you as an SME has already requested us. We charge you a favorable, a competitive profit rate, and we stick to our terms.
Okay.
You see now how it will be just, actually it is done in a manner that is just to the SME, a manner that is favorable to them, and also it is within their timeline that they will require. Therefore, the other bit that I would like also to emphasize on the financial inclusion is that apart from us offering, people think that Sharia is just rigid. We can't access Sharia through, I said accessibility is very important, affordability, and timely execution of the transactions. At Premier Bank, we have what we call the Omni channel. And when you hear about the word Omni, it's something comprehensive. The Omni channel is what we call the Premier Connect, whereby it is a platform which can be reached by all these segments of our customers, more so the SMEs, and whatever that you require is already in the app. You simply log in on your phone, and the products are already available here. You can deposit money, you can transfer money, so anything that you would like to do today. You don't need to leave the platform. You want to pay school fees, like the schools are opening, it is done through the platform. You want to pay for goods that maybe the orders that you have already taken as an SME,
right?
We have the platform is already there for you, done instantly. You can send money, you can receive money from around the world instantly. Therefore, that is why we like to urge that the SME products that we have actually are fair, they are ethical, and they are here to support our SME customers. Yes.
Okay. That's why I think you, in very many words, you also mentioned that whole aspect of this word, murabaha. Murabaha.
Yes.
And musharaka.
Yes.
I hope I'm saying it correctly.
Today, I wanted to go outside the banking terminologies. But again, what we have just discussed exactly right now is what we call murabaha. I mean, our customer requests for funds. I request to purchase something like stock. I've just mentioned right away.
Yes.
The moment we are buying that stock from the supplier that you have already told us,
yes,
we sell it to you. That is murabaha.
Okay.
Simply like that. Okay. But musharaka now is different. I would like to elaborate something about the musharaka.
Okay.
But again, I've talked about it. Musharaka is whereby now a customer requests maybe to purchase the same stock. Let's say the stock is for 10 million shillings. What happens here? We instead of us buying it and selling it to you, some customers are not comfortable with that. Because of some features of murabaha, whereby the price remains fixed. But for musharaka, what we do here is that out of the 10 million, we purchase, we fund to a certain limit, let's say 80%, and the rest 20% is funded by the customer. Okay. Because some customers also would not like for us to finance the 100% because of maybe the difficulty maybe on the repayment and so on.
Yes.
Therefore, what we have just done here is very simple. We have formed partnership. Instead of us buying 100%, we contribute part of the payment, I mean for the purchase price.
Yes.
And also the customer also contributes. We have already formed partnership where it's not in your business. It is in this stock.
Yes.
That you have purchased.
We co-own
it. Do we do this in our daily life? Yes.
We actually do.
That is what I said from the start. We practice Islamic finance knowingly and unknowingly. Therefore, the agreement is that you shall sell the stock, and whatever that we get from that selling as per our agreement is what we shall share. And that is what we talked about, the profit sharing.
Yes.
That is an arrangement that everyone would like to have. Great.
In terms of regulators, and in this case, I'm sure you are, as a bank, you're regulated by the Central Bank
yes,
of Kenya.
yes.
Is there anything that the regulator is doing to ensure that there is support of this Islamic banking?
I would like to express my thanks to the Kenyan regulator of the banking sector. Back in the 1990s, or you can say in the 2000s,
yes,
the regulation, the Banking Act of Kenya, which is actually regulating the banking activities in Kenya, you could not find any mention of Islamic finance. But today, I am assuring you that open the Banking Act, you will be amazed. There is, though the industry, I mean the Islamic finance industry is evolving every day.
Yes.
But again, from the regulator point of view, we are moving at a good speed, whereby we are already recognized. I mean, Islamic finance is already recognized in Kenya as a distinct sector, which has its own features, as we have just seen right away. So, regulation-wise, there is a good progress. Now, nevertheless,
yes,
we still have more to be done, because, as I said, we lack several elements that we need to have to see them actually implemented in the regulation. Number one, though Islamic institutions are regulated by the central bank, and they are recognized. But again, we need to have harmonization. That is what we lack. Go to Malaysia today, you will find that at the top level, I mean at the central bank level, there is a Sharia supervisory board there, which we lack in Kenya.
That would happen within their CBK.
Their CBK.
Yes.
There is a Sharia board sitting at their CBK. We have been pushing through several bodies like the Association of Sharia Compliant Providers in Kenya. It is an association that, because we cannot push individually, we have to go through these bodies. So currently, we have an Association of Sharia Providers in Kenya, which Premier Bank is a member, and other several institutions. So through these bodies, we have had discussions with several partners, with several bodies in Kenya, to make sure that we see at a time in future whereby we have a Sharia supervisory board at the CBK level. Okay. Because by that now we shall have that power, and the legitimate. Though we are legitimate, we are aware. But again, for harmonization, because every institution currently now is doing its own, with its own Sharia board. But it will be better for us to harmonize our Sharia banking, just as the normal conventional banking has been harmonized.
Yes.
It will be also better so that we achieve justice. Okay, because today we don't know what is happening in other institution, but if you have that higher body at maybe at the central bank level, it will ensure that our customers are fairly dealt with, their issues are resolved within the timeline that is required, and also other matters are brought to light within the required timeline. Therefore, we still have a way to go, though Premier Bank, through the several bodies that I've mentioned, is pushing towards reaching that. But again, we are thankful because we have good steps that have been made towards achieving what I've just mentioned.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. So we of course have this upcoming event, the Islamic Finance Forum, 10th of September, taking place at the Radisson Blu. What are we expecting to be happening on that particular day? Because I know Premier Bank will be at the center stage.
Exactly. The day, as you have just mentioned, the 10th of September, that is next month, we have this event that is going to bring great change in the Islamic finance industry. We can just call it a landmark event. What we expect to be taking place in the event is what I can say a must-go event, actually, because we shall have financial institutions, Islamic financial institutions like banks will be there.
Yes.
The way I mentioned from the start, we shall have investors who would like to hear how we do, because we have maybe some investors who are not yet decided. But also have those ones who have already decided, but they would like to know more about how these Islamic finance operates. We shall also have scholars to elaborate on how actually we do operate in Islamic finance. We also have regulators who are going to attend at this event. Therefore, it is a comprehensive event that we are going to showcase. We are going to have workshops. We are going to practically show the attendees how actually we really need to push the Islamic finance agenda or discussion to a higher level, based on on our expectation that this is going to be an igniting session, and which is going to have a drive towards inclusion and also to empowering the businesses that we have in Kenya, more so the ones who have not yet discovered these industries, both businesses and individuals. Yes, so I urge that we attend the session. It is a session that will actually listen to you and also address your concerns.
Yes.
More so related to Islamic finance.
I know in the beginning I said it is open to everyone, Muslim and non-Muslim. I was right on that particular aspect, wasn't I?
Yeah, you are.
Okay, I just wanted to confirm.
That is an issue actually that was to be addressed from the start. When we talk about Islamic finance,
yes,
we'll find people having questions. Is it really for Muslims only?
Yeah.
Should I attend? Am I going to be served? No. Islamic finance is not all about Muslims.
Yes.
Islamic finance, as you have seen, I said, please confirm me at the end.
Yes.
It is what we do practically in our daily life. I buy, I sell it to you at an agreed upon profit. That is not a thing that's done by a Muslim only. It is done by somebody who, any business person, any person who is buying and selling. Partnership that I've just mentioned right now, that is not specifically for Muslims. Any other activities. Let me also bring in this one. You see me holding this, actually putting on this ring here.
Yes.
You know what it is?
I have seen some of your staff members who've been here before.
Yes.
Market it. I know it is a way to access my funds.
You are right.
Yes.
This is not a normal ring.
Yeah.
This one is money on my hand, whereby you are not supposed. It is not that you should be a Muslim to put on this payment ring. Through this ring, you can pay for at any supermarket. You can pay for goods that you purchase at those purchase points. So it is not. Islamic finance is for everyone who would like to be served in an ethical manner, in a manner that is transparent, a manner that is full of justice, and also up to technology. As you can see, we are the first bank to have such products today. Islamic finance is not rigid. It is your lifestyle. The way you like to wear a ring and do your purchases with it, that is what we give you. The way you like to have a Maasai
bangle,
yes,
bracelet,
yes, exactly. So you see, it is catering for all sectors. Let us say the Gen Zs. We have all sectors in the community. Actually, Premier Bank is here to make sure that you live a wholesome life through the products that we provide to you.
I remember when we had again another conversation with some of your team members. They had the ring, they had the bracelet, they had
even the glasses.
Yes. So
and more to come.
Several ways, wearables, to actually transact.
Yes. So that is why we are saying we are up to speed.
Yeah.
We are here to make sure that our customers are receive actually our services up to their expectations. Number one, they are within the teachings of Sharia, and they are up to speed. I mean, they are also technologically within the requirements of technology.
Right.
Yes.
This event is going to take place across several days. So we will have different days for different kinds of themes and discussions that are going to be taking place.
Sure.
Yeah.
So we shall have workshops to take our customers through practical Islamic finance practices, and what you call the murabahas, the musharakas, and any other and more of our products that we shall have there, catering across all the individuals, SMEs, Muslims and non-Muslims. So it is a session that I urge that we attend, so that actually we ignite the Islamic finance forum dialogue towards a higher level than we have today.
Okay.
Exactly.
Sheikh, thank you so much for coming through, helping us have this conversation. There are some words there that I've learned. I think I'm going to be using them more often.
I know you have takaful already with you here.
Hiyo imeingia. Hata ingine murabaha.
You have it, exactly.
Hiyo tana ndaitumia going forward. Great. And we invite you back with your team, of course. Mkuje mtueleze much more, even as we gear up towards that.
That's grateful.
Event.
Sure.
All right. Folks, that is Sheikh Makoha. Tumemaliza your conversation for today. But if you have any questions, remember, you can still reach out. Sorry, you can still reach out on our number 0113311604. That is for partnerships, reservations, and just general information in case something in this conversation has passed you, or you had a question that perhaps you feel hasn't really been sorted or answered. So it's taking place on the 10th of September, Radisson Blue, from 9 a.m. to 4 p.m. And we're going to be having a lot of conversations like Sheikh has said here, panel discussions, practical workshops, investment insights, and plenty of networking. So why don't you log on to langopass.com and get your tickets before it's too late. Tusikwe wale watu wa last minute. For now though, tunasema kwa heri. We shall be seeing you again tomorrow morning bright and early at exactly 6 a.m. Here is the news with Winnie Maganga.
Radio generation, the sound is fine. Pump it up, turn it high all the time. Let the music move you, let's sway. Radio G's got your jam all day.
Radio Generation, the home of urban soul. This is the Radio Generation News.
Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga. Police in Garissa have arrested a suspect linked to a series of violent robberies in Garissa Township. The National Police Service says officers acting on intelligence tracked down and arrested the suspect, who was wanted over offences committed in the area. The suspect remains in police custody and is expected to be arraigned in court to face relevant charges. Police are urging members of the public to provide credible information that could help in preventing crime and apprehending other suspects. Mama Ida Odinga has thrown her support behind her son Raila Odinga Jr. for the Kibera parliamentary seat. Speaking during celebrations to mark her 76th birthday on Monday, Mama Ida said Kibera residents have approached her and expressed support for Raila Jr., citing the Swahili saying mtoto wa Simba ni Simba, a lion's cub is a lion. She urged Kibera residents and local leaders who support his political ambitions to guide and mentor him as he ventures into politics.
Wananiambia mtoto wa Simba ni mkiamua, mimi sina habari. Mkiamua, mimi sina habari. Lakini namweka kwa mkononi mwenu. Kwanza kabisa ni wale viongozi wa Kibera.
The Water Resources Authority has launched a crackdown on illegal gold mining in River Yala Basin over concerns about pollution and environmental degradation. The WRA says